Kadosh, Shemeka Kadosh, Banu Shemeka Lola Ma'e. Washam B'nai Israel, El Shabbat La So, El Shabbat Le Doro Tamari Ola. Beni B'nai Israel, Oti Lola. Kisha Shem Masad, El Shaddai, Wa Shemaim, Where Ta'aris, Bayom Mashbi, Shabbat, Wa Nafash. Baruch Shemeka, Baruch Yemeneka, Baruch Tolateka, Baruch Kushateka. El Shaddai Malek, El Shaddai Malak, El Shaddai Imlok, Lola Ma'e. Baruch Shem Kabod Makuto Lola Ma'e. Baruch Kabod Lohim Kumon Malek Elyon. It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord and to sing praise to thy name, O Most High, to show forth thy loving kindness in the morning and thy faithfulness every night. Upon the instrument, 10 strings, and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with the solemn sound. For thou, O Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A foolish man knoweth not, neither doth a fool understand this. When the wicked springeth the grass, and all workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. For thou, O Lord, art most high forevermore. For though thy enemies, O Lord, for though thy enemies shall perish, all the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. For my horn shall I exalt like the horn of a wild ox. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eyes also shall see my desire, my enemies, and my ears shall hear the desire of the wicked that rise up against you. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar of Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth food, no labor. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock. There is no unrighteousness in him. Hallelujah. First of all, I'd like to give honor and praise to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, the great, mighty, revered God, the Most High God, who bestows loving kindness, possesses all things, who remembers the pious deeds of the patriarchs, the Most High, slow of anger, great in kindness, forgiving iniquity and transgressions, but who will by no means clear the guilty, visiting iniquities of fathers upon the children to the third and fourth generation. The Most High, his work is perfect for all his ways of justice, a God of faithfulness and without iniquity, just and right is he. You may be seated. Giving due respect and honor to a head in Israel, my father, Chief Eleazar, to the chiefmen, princes, brothers and sisters, I say unto you in the tongue of my forefathers, Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
Our job is to show the people where they are going wrong at with God. That's what a teacher job is. A teacher job is to show the people where they're going wrong at with God. The things that we are doing that will cause God to frown at us. And the only thing that will cause God to frown at us is when we go against the standards and the curriculum that God has set. Those standards and those curriculums, God has preserved and made a way for us to gain the attention of God. God has made a way for us to get back in good graces in the eyes of God by following after his laws, commandments, and statutes. But we continue to follow our own wanton ways. We continue to do our own thing. Israelites has added on to the word of God to suit themselves. To suit themselves. Before I go into Exodus 20, which is the first chapter, I'm going to go into something in 2nd Ezra. It says, "O Lord, who bearest rule, and spakest at the beginning." When was this? When God gave strict commands. When God was creating the heavens and the earth and everything that was in it. He said the earth was void. It was darkness upon the face of the deep. And all you had was God. He said the Spirit of God hovered over the face of the waters. And God said, "Let there be light." God got the power of the spoken word, which means at the Creator's voice, he brought everything into existence. Everything into existence, right? He said, "Wilt thou, when thou didst plant the earth, and that thyself alone, and commandest the people, and gave us a body unto Adam without soul, without spirit, without life. God created Adam, and what animated the body of Adam was when God blew into his nostril the spirit of life, the nishmat. And after that, God didn't have to continue to blow nothing in nobody else's nostrils, because it was all after that, it was transferred through DNA. It was transferred through DNA, right? Which was the workmanship of thine hand. And then it's breathed into him the breath of life. And he was made living before thee. And thou leddest him into paradise. Eden, that's what Eden means. Eden means paradise. Which thy right hand had planted before ever the earth came forth. Before the earth came about, all God, the creation of God was the creation of the Garden of Eden. There was no existence nowhere else. And through envy of the devil is the reason why death is instituted in the world. Do we understand the plan of God? What God was planning? Because he gave a command to all living things to be fruitful and multiply. And Adam and Eve was going to be fruitful and multiply in their innocence. They was going to have children in their innocence, without corruption, without evil, being simple, not knowing evil or wickedness. But when Eve was beguiled and tricked into eating the tree of knowledge of good and evil, now corruption is in the heart of man. Now we have both sides. We have good and we have evil. But God commanded us to rule it. There is no reason why we should give in to those evil and atrocious thoughts, because we get so emotional and bent on ourselves. We get so emotional and bent on ourselves, which causes us to have self-interest, pride, and I don't feel good unless I do what I want to do. I need to satisfy myself instead of satisfying God by fulfilling his word and his commandments in the way that God wants us to be. He said, as thou leddest him in paradise, which thy right hand had planted before ever the earth came forward, and unto him thou gavest a commandment to love thy way, which he transgressed, and immediately thou appointest death in him. What did God command Adam? He said, you see that tree in the middle? You see that tree that's in the midst? He said, of every tree of the garden thou mayest freely eat. But that tree that's in the midst of the garden, he said, don't eat from it. That very same day that you eat from that tree, he said, thou shalt surely die. In his generation, of whom came his nation, tribes, people, kindred, out of number. And every people walked after their own will. We did our own thing. We disregard the commandments of God. We say, God said, thou shalt not. We continue to do what we want to do. And we call ourselves the chosen ones, the chosen people of God. But if we are chosen, then we need to do and live according to what God chose you to do. There is a way to please God. There is a way to appease the anger of God. And the only way to do that is fulfill his ways, commandments, and statutes. He said, every people walked after their own will and did wonderful things before thee and despised thy commandments. People have a problem being told, thou shalt not. People have a problem being told, don't do that. Because after you're told, don't do it, you have stirred up an emotion or a desire to fulfill or to do what you was just told not to do. And again, in process of time, thou broughtest the flood upon those that dwelt in the world and destroyed them. Yes, there was a time that God flooded the earth. Yes, there was a time that God flooded the earth. And he also went into covenant with the people by having a rainbow. The rainbow has a meaning to it. And it's a sign to show us that God is not going to destroy the earth by flood again. Okay? And again, in process of time, nevertheless, one of them thou leftest, namely Noah, with his household, of whom came all righteous men. And it happened that when they that dwelt upon the earth began to multiply, and had gotten them many children, and were a great people, they began again to be more ungodly than the first. Notice, we are worse off than our fathers. We are worse than Ahab. We are worse than Baasha and all those people that we like to point our fingers at in the book, calling them evil. You're worse than them. You're worse than Saul. You're worse than Manasseh. We have done worse than our forefathers. So we are not in the right space or in a good place with God to be pointing the fingers at the ones that God used for an example to follow. These people were used for an example of what not to do. These people was used for an example of what to do, how to gain the attention of God, and the things that we can do to push God away. Now when they lived so wickedly before thee, thou didst choose thee a man from among them, whose name was Abraham. Him thou lovest, and unto him only thou showedest thy will. Out of all his family, God only saw fit to show himself to one man. That's right. He didn't show himself to Nahor, Haran, none of them. But Abraham was equipped, and what Abraham had in him, none of his family had. None of his family had. Which caused God to turn towards them to show them his will. Okay? And unto him thou gavest Isaac. And unto Isaac also thou gavest Jacob and Esau. As for Jacob, thou didst choose him to thee, and put by Esau. And so Jacob became a great multitude. And it came to pass that when thou leddest the seed out of Egypt, thou broughtest them up to Mount Sinai. Bowing the heavens, thou didst set fast the earth, movest the whole world, and madest the depths to tremble, and troublest the men of that age. And thy glory went through 4 gates of fire, and of earthquake, and of wind, and of cold, that thou mightest give the law unto the seed of Jacob, and diligence. He said he gave the law to the seed of Jacob, and diligence unto the generations of Israel. God has equipped us. You know what diligence is? God has equipped us with diligence. Diligence is having or showing care or consciousness. You need consciousness, and you need to be conscious while you are or when you have decided to serve God. Because if you are not conscious, then you will not be aware. Consciousness is what causes you to be aware of yourself. Being careful of yourself. Be cautious with yourself. If you have a conscience, then you will not take risks. We take too many risks when you're dealing with God. We take too many risks. That's why I don't pick a broom up. And I will never sweep on Shabbat day. I'm taking a risk. There is nobody here to explain to me and tell me not to sweep. Well, it's the temple. This ain't no temple. There's only one temple. There's only one temple. All these places that we gather at are just what it is. Gathering places, camps. We gather there to speak about God. That's it. But the temple was built in Jerusalem. It's only one temple. It's only one temple. He said in the glory, he said, for yet tookest thou not away from them a wicked heart, that thy law might bring forth fruit in them. We understand that? He said, he tookest thou not away from them a wicked heart. God could have removed it. God could remove the evil from out of you. But I want to see your choices. I want to see, what do you choose to do? Knowing both sides of the coin, whether you're going to choose righteousness or wickedness. So God, see, we had it good already. We had it good. From the beginning of times, we had it good. That's why God told us don't eat from that tree. Because that tree is going to open your eyes. You're going to be aware. Your eyes will be open to general view. General view is when I think like you. When we all think the same. When we all think the same and not like God. Okay? For the first Adam bearing a wicked heart, transgressed and was overcome, and so be all they that are born of him. Thus infirmity was made permanent. You hear this? Infirmity was made permanent. What is infirmity? Infirmity means vitality, deteriorated vitality, weak of mind, weak of self-will, weak of character, not stable. You see what we got in us? You see what caused us to have a weak mind, a weak will? A weak mind is when certain things come to your mind that's not right by God and you give into it. You have a weak mind. But God, we did this to ourselves, right? Okay? Infirmity was made permanent, and the law was in his heart of the people with the malignity of the root. Malignity of the root is malice. Malice, malevolence. Malevolence is a wish to do evil to others. See, God has equipped us with both things, both sides now. We got evil in us. We got good in us. Now it's up to you to choose. Now it's up to you to choose. Now, according to what we choose, will tell you how God will deal with you. All according to what we choose in life. Now it will determine how God deals with you. Time sheet. Exodus chapter 20. God?
Get me right now. Exodus chapter 20.
Exodus chapter 20.
And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which have brought thee out of the land of Egypt.
He said, which have brought thee out of the land. That's an introduction. And why God had to introduce himself? Because we lived in Egypt for 430 years. 430 years we lived in Egypt. And when we left Egypt thinking and moving with the mentality of Egyptians. We have not left off from the ways of Egypt because we continuously wanted to revert back to Egypt. Every time we headed towards a hardship, we wanted to revert back to Egypt. We wanted to go back to Egypt. Why? Because we have not left off from our past. This is why when people leave off from God, they revert back to what they know best, which was their past. That's right. So when you come to serve God, denounce your past. Recognize that what I was taught before was not right by God. This is something that we need to realize with ourselves. Okay? Tom Sheep.
In the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage.
Out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me. The Hebrew word for other is acher or acharei. You should not go after. You should not go after other gods. Now, what does it mean to go after other gods? What does it mean to follow after other gods? So when you follow after other gods, when you are adhering to their practices, when you adhere to their beliefs, when you adhere to their teachings associated with idols, with deities, okay? To go after means subsequent to be in agreement with, to follow or to resemble. See, there's many ways to go after other gods. And I don't need to be in the church to go after their gods. All I got to do is follow after their ways. Agree with their ways, with their practices. To agree means you accept or to have the same view of. The same, when you have the same view of, I look at this situation the same way a heathen look at this situation.
Yeah.
When we are supposed to have two different mindsets.
That's right.
We're supposed to have two different views because one serve God and one don't.
Right.
So we look at certain things, we look at most things differently because we look at it using the outlook or how God views it.
Yeah.
So the way God views it is the way you need to view it.
Yeah.
If God accepts it, you need to train yourself to accept it. If God don't accept it, you need to train yourself not to accept it. Because forward thoughts separate from God. So we when we start rejecting God, everything begins in the mind. We begin to reject God in the mind first. Everything begins here. Now you come to a decision whether you will accept it and fulfill it or not accept it. Right? To agree. Okay. So if I agree with you, I agree with your actions. I said, if I agree with you, I also agree with your actions. This is why, you ever notice why the prophet Samuel did not worship with King Saul? You remember what Samuel told King Saul? He said, God has rejected thee from being king. So whatever God rejected, Samuel rejected it. Whatever God rejected and despised, Samuel rejected it. And even though Samuel rejected him, he cried and he felt bad for him. This shows you the mindset of godly men. If I see you going wrong with God, that don't make me happy. And I shouldn't be at peace with myself seeing you going wrong with God. But I see the total opposite. Today is the total opposite. We get our rocks off of seeing people doing things contrary from God. So if I feel bad about it, I'm not going to emphasize so much on it. I'm going to try to emphasize a solution. I'm going to try to emphasize on solutions, on trying to change your mindset from doing things that is contrary from God, not throw your negative and your faults in your face. But that's what we do. We throw each other's faults in our faces. Instead of trying to rectify the situation and pick your brother up. Pick him up. What Moses said. That's love. That's considering your neighbor. I said what Moses said. Moses said, wouldn't it be nice to see all of God's people prophesy? I want God that we all are prophets and we can prophesy. Because now, guess what? Like minds attract. Now we on the same page. Now we can walk together. Now I could join you. Now I could accept you because we We walk in the same path. But we don't have that mindset, man. Your faults should make me feel, should bring sorrow. I said, your faults should bring sorrow. What's wrong with us, man? I'm not speaking this on my own mind. I'm speaking this because I read and I see the ways and the customs of our forefathers and how they moved and reacted. Why do you think they called Jeremiah the weeping prophet? Then you got Lamentations. He said, I wish my head was full of waters. He said, I'd just sit and cry and cry and cry and cry for the state of the nation. Why and how the nation is gone. We got this whole thing messed up. And in order for God to accept us, this is how we need to be. I said, this is how we need to be. If we are any other way other than the way our forefathers was, guess what? We will not be accepted. We're not going to be accepted. I agree with your actions that is against God. That's why I got to watch what I agree with. You agree with your opinions, with your feelings, and your purpose that is against God. So there must be a separation. Once we are not thinking the same and living the same and moving the same, we must separate. He said, how can two walk together unless they be agreed? So, God is going to look at you the same as that thief. You walk with a thief, you must be a thief.
That's right.
Because you agree with him stealing and robbing and doing all these things. So we also got to watch who we walk with. Most of these godly men and pious men was loners. They stayed to themselves because it was a lonely road. I said that godly and pious road is a lonely road. He said every now and then you see a traveler. He said when you look to the left, it's water. When you look to the right, it's fire. All I got is that lonely, narrow space. And every now and then, I see one that thinks like me. Boom, boom, boom. Oh, I see another one that thinks like me. Like thinks like the godly. To go after also means to resemble. And one thing that we emphasized on was robes and garments, looking the part. And I'm going to show you how looking the part is very important. You remember Yehu? Yehu went and said, yo, go get vestments to build. Go get garments, go get the attire of Baal worshipers. So there is an attire of Israelites. There is an attire of Christians. There is an attire of Muslims. There is, every nation have their own fashion.
American.
One of them, our fashion and our attire is garments and robes and mantles, not suit and ties. Not suit and ties. You know why? Because in Zephaniah it talks about, he said, I got a feast. He said, for all those that are clothed in strange apparel. Then in Micah it says, you have risen up as an enemy. He said, you pull off the robe. Like them that come averse from war, coming from war. So to resemble means what? To be like. I could put on as many garments as I want, and I can still be like them. I said I could wear a robe, but I could still be like them. I could still be similar. You know why? Because the way you think and your ways is nothing but heathenistic thoughts. You have a heathenistic mentality wearing a garment.
That's right.
You have a hedonistic mentality having on a robe. So you're still the same. Like, meaning to feel attraction towards or to take pleasure in. So we must be careful with what we are attracted to. Because the things that I gravitate to, the things that I am attracted to, may not attract God. So I cannot be attracted to things that God is not attracted to. I cannot take pleasure in things that God don't take pleasure in. Similar, when you're similar, you have common characteristics. Your characteristics are what? Mental and ethical traits. I said mental and ethical traits. A person with ethical traits has integrity. A person with ethical traits has integrity, has fairness, has respect, has empathy, has accountability. He's transparent. He's courageous. Courageous meaning what? To be able to stand for what is right, regardless of who it is. I said, regardless of who it is. You think God cares if it's my brother? But if you're wrong, and I can't stand with you because God gonna look at me like the same.
That's right.
He gonna look at me and say, I'm the same.
That's right.
So at that point in time, family is out the window.
Come on.
There is a way that is accepted by God, man. And if we don't follow these ways, God frowns at us, man.
That's right.
He frowns at us, man. So my duty, our duty is to read the book and hope that God open our eyes to his ways so that we can be better people in the eyes of God. Ethical traits are personal characteristics and behavior that aligns with a set of morals, right? Principles and values, guiding individuals to make decisions and act in the way that are considered right and good, disregarding your emotions. I can't make godly decisions if I don't disregard my emotions. Because you do things in an emotional state and violate the laws of God. I said we do things and we move in an emotional state and we violate God. Ethical traits are attributes that define the personality of someone. You know what the personality is? How you think. I said your ethical traits are attributes that defines how you think. Your mental traits are enduring characteristics or attributes that describes an individual's cognitive, emotional, and behavior patterns. How you think and how you behave. There are internal dispositions that influence how a person perceives, how a person thinks. You know what internal is? Your internal is what's in you. What you got in you. What kind of character you got in you that allowed you to do this? What kind of person are you that allowed you to move this way? What do you have in you that caused you to do certain things? Look, man, find yourself in these words. Find yourself in these words, in these holy and godly righteous words, and change for the better. By acknowledging your fault and say, I have done this also. I have moved this way also, and I need to change, and I need to stop. Because time is running out. Sure. I said, every one of us has a limit, has a time limit. I don't know your time, and you don't know my time, but the clock is ticking on each and every one of us. When the time's up, God calls your name, and now you're in the grave. You better hope you corrected yourself before you die. That's right. Correct yourself before you go to the grave. That's right. That's right. You don't get emotional, make yourself get emotional. That's right. I said, you don't get emotional?
Make
yourself get emotional for these words.
Yeah.
For God, when you hear it, get emotional.
Yeah.
Make yourself get emotional to build some type of feeling for God. So that can trigger some type of godliness and righteousness in you that will cause you to change.
Fight that urge that's blocking you.
Fight the urge that's blocking
You
you.
don't want to hear it. You don't want to hear it. Fight that.
Fight that.
Yeah.
Those are the things that you fight, man. Yeah.
That's me. That's who I think.
I said those are the things that we need to fight to be better before God, man.
That's my life.
My woman could tell you, man, this week I'm sitting in the kitchen by myself for hours reading. She came down, seen tears in my eyes. Why are you crying? I'm like, I'm not. Thinking about myself. That's my life. Thinking about the things that I've done that could bring death to myself. Because I've done things that warrant death.
That's
and
right.
I thank God that He ain't killed me and allowed me to correct myself and be better with God.
That's right. You said we have done things that warrant death.
We've done things that warrant death, man.
Yeah, man.
This is not an easy road.
That's not an easy road.
This is the mentality that we all need to be on.
That's right, man.
Israel, the so-called nation,
That's right, brother.
we have done things that warrant death, man. And we don't have time to be playing around.
We don't have time.
We don't have time because I don't know the days and the time of my death.
Life is not about daisies, man. It's not.
I may not live to see my father's age.
Yeah, man. Talk that, man.
I may not live to see my father's age.
Yeah, man.
Because life has been cut short.
Short. It ain't beautiful.
Every generation has been cut short and short and shorter and shorter. And my job is to accomplish the things that I need to accomplish before I die.
People think this laws and this God is a game.
Let's read.
Exodus chapter 20, verse 4.
Tamshi.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image. Huh? English. Plain English. And we can't understand that. A graven image is anything that is sculpted or carved. So when these Israelites walk around with staff and you carve out a graven image of God's creation, that's a graven image.
That's right.
He said, don't. He said, a graven image in the Hebrew is a fesel. It means an idol or an image. So let's get into the word graven image. Graven image also refers to the concept of a cult image, which is paganism, a human-made object. I said a human-made object. So I don't buy G.I. Joe figures for my kids.
That's right.
So I don't buy dolls for my kids. So I don't see back in these times when you had images of human-made objects and animals, they look at you and say, man, you're serving other gods.
They call it toys.
They don't call it toys.
Call it toys.
I say they look at you and say you're serving other gods. Abraham didn't buy dolls for his daughter and teddy bears and images and G.I. Joe figures and all these things for their kids to play with.
Yeah.
So when we do these things, these are not our customs. These are not our ways. A teraphims, household idols made of human objects. Leave the G.I. Joe figures in the stores.
Yeah.
Leave Ken in the store. What's the female one?
Barbie.
Barbie. Leave Barbie in the store. Don't buy these things for your kids, man.
Leave SpongeBob in the ocean.
You don't have to have these things. You don't have to. And we need to be cautious. We're not cautious enough because we continue to do the things that God hates.
Yeah.
Oh, it's an idol. It got to be an idol God is talking about. Who told you that? Where it said it got to be an idol? He said don't have it. Deuteronomy 4 said tamnit.
He said you should not make unto yourself a tamid of a zakar or a nekeba. A tamid is a likeness of male or female. Then it goes down, behema, which is a beast, sheretz, which is the creeping things. Then it goes into the sun, moon, and stars, and all the hosts of heaven. And lest thou be driven away to worship them. Israelites ain't ready for this, man. I said the people ain't ready for this. The people is not ready for this because they're not ready.
Talk about it.
They're not ready. They want God to accept them the way they is.
Yeah.
No, the standards already set. Our forefathers already set the line.
That's right.
They already said it, man.
That's right.
They already what? That's right. They already set the bar.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just trying to reach it.
Yeah.
The bar is set. I'm climbing that mountain, trying to reach that bar.
Yeah.
That ain't no regular dream. He said, I had a dream. And I was falling, then I stopped. He said, then I started climbing and kept climbing. And he kept climbing, then he woke up. That's a hell of a dream, man.
The climbing was clouds.
That's not no regular dream. The climbing he was grabbing on was clouds.
Yeah, it's not a regular dream.
That's not a regular dream.
Yeah.
Those dreams have meanings. Some of these dreams has meanings. Some of them are warnings.
That's right. Right.
Co-image, which is paganism, a human-made object, often a statue. Statues. Huh? But we look at the book and read and say, well, Mikhail had a statue. So that don't make it right. Don't make it right.
Israel had a lot of statues.
Israel had a lot of statues. It don't make it right.
Idols of Israel.
He said statues or figurines that is venerated or worshipped and subjected to rituals. It's an image or likeness of anything living, any living thing that God has created that has been carved or sculpted. An idol, or for idols are false gods. An idol can also be the likeness of something or form or appearance visible without substance. And when it speaks about likeness, it says temuna. Temuna is a picture or a resemblance, an outward appearance of. I stay away from likenesses.
Sure.
In the Apocrypha, it talks about a man whose son died, and he made an image of his son. He said, now honors him as a god, which means the action of him having an image or creating or making an image of his son is a form of worship. It's a form of worshiping the dead. And I'm not talking this out of my head. That's another Apocrypha. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image.
Or any likeness of
Or
anything,
any likeness. Or any likeness.
of anything that is in heaven
Of
above.
anything that is in heaven above. Uh-huh.
Or that is in the earth beneath.
Oh, that is in the earth beneath.
Or that is in the water under the earth.
Oh, that is in the waters under the earth. Tamshi.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor
Now
serve
it
them.
said a likeness. The Hebrew word for likeness is temuna. I said the Hebrew word for likeness is temuna.
Uh-huh.
What does temuna mean? Pictures. But you would look at me and tell me it's not talking about pictures. So what is talking about?
What kind of pictures is it talking
What do you mean? Pictures is pictures.
about?
I said pictures are pictures. Okay? Next verse, verse 5.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Lo tistakawe lahem.
nor serve them.
Uh-huh. Tistakawe means to prostrate or worship.
That's right.
To prostrate means to bow down. Huh? To worship is what? The definition of worship is an extreme form of love for God. I said the definition of worship is an extreme form of love for God. It's a type of unquestioning devotion to God that you do not question what you read.
That's unquestioning devotion.
Unquestioning devotion is when you don't question what you read. One. You don't question what you read. Why? Because I believe what I read. See, there's a way you can ask question when you're rebuttal, when you're against, and there's a way that you can ask questions when you believe. No, not that. When you not that word. No, when you want to find out. Right, that's the word. When you're curious. When you're curious. Okay? There's nothing wrong with asking questions when you're curious about something. When you want to know, when you want to have the knowledge. But a lot of us ask questions to go against or to be contrary. Okay? Go ahead, read that verse over.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them, nor serve them, nor serve them. How do you serve? To serve means to comply to the commands and the demands of. Simple. We all can be servants of God. We just got to comply to the commandments of God. We just got to comply to what God demands, to the demands of God. Okay, Tom Sheep.
For I, the Lord thy God,
the Lord thy God, I'm a jealous God. Okay, so jealous, qana, it means intolerant of unfaithfulness. What does intolerant mean? Intolerant means not tolerant of ways, not tolerant of your thought patterns that differs from God. Which means God will not condone your thinking pattern, your ways, your actions, if it's different or if it differs from the way God is. Demands, God has demands from those whom he loved and redeemed out of Egypt. Right? Utter an absolute loyalty and will vindicate his claim by stern actions against them. If they betray God by going against his laws, it shows unfaithfulness. It shows unfaithfulness. Tom Sheep.
Visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children.
Visiting the iniquities of the fathers. The Hebrew word for visit is paquad. You know what paquad means? The root word is paquad. It means to visit. It means to remember. It means to command. He said, I will visit. I will remember. I will command your father's sins to be visited upon the children, upon the sons. You know what that is? For God to visit your sins upon your kids. God has visited the sins of King David upon his house. And all hell broke loose. You know what happened after that? When God visited the sins of King David upon his whole house, now all of a sudden, Amnon developed a desire for his sister. That was the start. Next thing after that, Absalom kills his own brother for raping his sister. She told Amnon, she said, do not such evil. If you ask my father for me, he will give me to you. But Amnon pursued it, raped her, then after, he went to kick her out. You know what she said? She said, this is worse than what you did. Yeah, her mentality. You done took it already. I belong to you. Now why are you getting rid of me? You hear her mentality? Her mentality is, once you take it, I'm not going nowhere. I'm yours. That's it. You can't get rid of me. You got it already. And that was her mentality. The book shows us the mentality of godly woman. That was a righteous woman, man. And that's the mentality. And those are the ways that you women need to read, seeking out the ways and the customs of our mothers, the mindset of our mothers, the ways of our mothers, the behavior patterns of our godly and righteous mothers, so that you can gain the attention of God also. Now, after that, now Absalom starts to gain the hearts of the people. Chase his father all over the place. But King David recognized that it was trouble that God stirred up in his house because of what I have done, because of my sins. And you know, King David lived the rest of his life with a guilty conscience.
That's right.
I said King David lived the rest of his life with a guilty conscience. When you live your life being guilty before God, you're never going to be lifted up in pride. You're never going to be boasting. You're always going to be walking and living your life in humility, watching yourself. Tom Sheep.
Exodus 20, middle of verse 5. For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children, unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me.
Of them that hate me. Let's so nigh of my enemies. Yeah, we're enemies of God. We are enemies of God. Continue to do things contrary from what God said, and you're his enemy.
That's right.
Plain and simple. We have become the enemies of God because we continue to transgress the commandments and the covenant of God. So yes, you're God's enemy. Tom Sheep.
And showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me and keep my commandments.
And showing mercy. The Hebrew word for mercy is kesed. The mercy of God is when he chooses not to punish an individual for their sins or wrongdoings, despite being deserving of it. You deserve it. Or sometimes God will punish you, but he come light. He come easy. Tap you on the wrist a little bit, just for you to acknowledge and wake up. Snap out of that zone. Sometimes we need to be rebuked and chastised and told, because chastisement and rebuke is the way of life. This is how you can succeed in these laws, commandments, and statutes, by being rebuked, by accepting rebuke. Despite being deserving of it, mercy invokes feelings of forgiveness. I said mercy invokes feelings of forgiveness. This is the attribute of God. These are godly attributes. If God is merciful, I need to be merciful so that God can deal with me with mercy. Why do you want God to be merciful with you, but you ain't merciful? And it shows you that these things goes hand in hand. A person that is without mercy, it's hard for them to forgive. A person that don't have mercy, it's hard for that person to forgive. He holds on it. And he hold and he hold. You got to turn around, nigga, you still holding on in this? When you going to let that go? When? Forgiveness leads to releasing of negative feelings towards the person choosing to move forward.
Let it go.
Gotta let it go, man. Time sheet. With verse 6?
Verse 7.
Verse 6.
You want me to read verse 6?
Time sheet, okay.
Verse 6.
Uh-huh.
And showing mercy
Showing mercy
unto thousands of them
that love me
and keep my commandments.
and keep my commandments. Huh? What is love? What does it mean to love?
Uh-oh.
Huh?
Action.
Love is affection based on benevolence and common interest.
Yeah.
Benevolence is the disposition to do good. It's when a person is prone to act in a way that is morally right, kind, and beneficial to others. You see, everything that I'm reading always talking about how I'm dealing with others, because the law is concerning your neighbor. Disposition is the positive or negative way a person views what happens in the world. Your character is determined by your inner moral values, and your personality reflects who you are as a person. Your inner moral values goes according to your beliefs that you use to analyze your opinions, situations, and your thoughts. Your inner moral values is what you use to analyze situations, opinions, or your thoughts. That's what you judge by. This is how you say, well, whether the person is right or wrong, whether the person is evil or righteous. My inner moral values is the principles of God. That's what our inner moral values need to be. Our principles of God. Tom sheet.
Verse 7.
Now, love is determined by actions. Love is determined by actions.
That's right. It's an action.
He said, love me and keep my commandments. So if you love God, you will keep God's commandments.
Hand in hand.
Hand in hand. If you don't love God, continue to be contrary and you hate God.
That's right.
This is why it's easy to say that we despise God.
That's right.
We hate God. As long as we continue to go off and go astray from what God said, you hate him.
That's it.
Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
Uh-huh.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Oh my goodness. He said, read that again.
Thou shalt not take the name.
Thou shalt not take the name
of the Lord thy God
of the
in vain.
Lord thy God in vain. Right?
For the Lord
will not
hold him
guiltless
that taketh his name in vain.
So all those that take God's name in vain, the word for guiltless is naqua. You won't be innocent. You will not be pure. Naqua also means to be pure, to be innocent, huh? To be faultless. You will be with fault. Tom C.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy. Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy. And how do we keep the Sabbath day holy? Huh? There's rules of keeping the Shabbat day. So we're going to go through all the rules. In Exodus 16, it states, he says, when it says to prepare, that which you prepare on the sixth day, the Hebrew word for prepare is hekinu, means to prepare or to arrange. So, we cannot prepare or arrange on Shabbat, which means the chairs must be set up already. I cannot remove the chairs and set up a table in the middle of this area. All that should have been set up already. When we have unity Shabbat functions over God's day, and they come and bring in speakers and everybody's bringing food and setting things up, it's violation. I don't go to unity Shabbat. Unity Shabbat should not be held on Shabbat.
That's right.
Unity Shabbat should be held on any other day besides Shabbat. We say nothing supersedes the Shabbat, but Unity Shabbat does. Unity Shabbat supersedes. There's nothing wrong with getting together, but it's what we do on the day that we do, the things that we do on the day that profanes the day. That's right. People should not be coming in droves with pans of food and setting up tables. That's right. Setting up speakers, setting this up. Setting up, setting up lights, chairs and tables. Coolers. That's profaning the Sabbath day. Cups, ice. And being that we don't have Moses here to explain these things to us, we need to stay away from these things. Big party. We need to stay away from these things. In Isaiah 58, it speaks about, he said, speaking your own words or speaking of matters, which means the only thing that we should be conversating about or talking about is God. Yeah. We should not be speaking about nothing else but God. In Numbers 15, they put a man in war because he got caught gathering sticks. Right. Why did they put him in war? Not because he kindled fire. They put him in war because he was gathering sticks. Right. The Hebrew word for gather is laquat, which means the action of gathering is work. Right. So guess what? I don't gather nothing on Shabbat. I don't search and gather nothing on Shabbat. Right. Because this is what I read from the book, and nobody could tell me no different. Because this is what I read here. Right. See, our job is to read the book and go according to what you read. That's right. Plain and simple. We should all be under one camp, following and going according to what we read. Then we won't need a unity Shabbat. When people gather that. Because we already will be unified. That's right. But when certain things is going on in certain camps, you must separate yourself from it. You know why I said you got to separate yourself? Because King David did it. I'm not against unity, but I'm against the things that's done. Okay? So King David in Psalms 26 said, he said, I will not sit or dwell with the wicked. Read Psalms 26. So now we got to watch who we sit with and who we dwell, who we live with. King David did it. Tom Sheep, where we at?
Exodus chapter 20, verse 9.
Verse 9, Tom Sheep.
6 days shalt thou labor.
6 days shalt thou labor.
And do all thy work.
And do all thy work.
But the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
Uh-huh.
In it thou shalt not do any work.
Uh-huh.
Thou, nor thy son,
nor thy
daughter,
nor thy daughter,
thy manservant,
thy manservant,
thy maidservant,
your maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor
thy stranger that is within thy gates.
Okay, so what is the job of the maidservant? The maidservant serves. So if the maidservants can't serve on that day, why do we serve each other?
Same action.
It's the same action. I can't serve you and you can't serve me. That's right. Because that also is work. That's right. You got to go get your own plate of food. That's right. You got to get your own water. You got to get your own drinks. Right. You can't get my drinks because now it goes into servitude. Tom Sheep.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth, the sea, and all that in the midst, and rested the seventh day. Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
Read that out.
For 6 days, the Lord made heaven and earth.
The Lord made heaven and earth.
The sea, and all that in
the midst.
And rested the seventh
and rested on the seventh day. Yanak. It means to desist or to cease from work. To stop. Tamshi.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and hallowed it.
Tamshi.
Honor thy father and thy mother.
Honor thy father and thy mother. Kabed et abikawe imeka. Kabed means to honor or glorify. Honoring your parents is showing them respect and obedience. Being appreciative and recognizing their authority. Being appreciative and recognizing their authority. So if I am appreciative of my parents, I will recognize their authority and honor and respect what they say. I will respect and honor their wishes. Providing when needed. That also is a part of honor. When I see my mother in need, it's my job to provide, to assist. Okay? Treating them with consideration and high regards. treating them with consideration and high regard. We put them first. Honor is to live up to or fulfill the terms or the conditions of. Tom sheet.
That thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee. Verse 13. Thou shalt not murder.
Lo tilazak. Thou shalt not murder. Don't take a life that's not justifiable by the law. If God said, if God said don't kill him, then you can't kill him for it. God said you got to pay back, you got to pay back for it. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Thou shalt not commit adultery. I spoke about guilt. Right? I spoke about guilt. There are two forms of guilt. We have reactive guilt and we have anticipatory guilt. Reactive guilt occurs when a person commits an act that after the fact strikes them as an unkind or having had a negative impact. It's a reaction to what you have done wrong. That's called reactive guilt. Are we this way? No. Do we feel bad of the things that we have done to others? No. We feel justified when we do things that is contrary and opposite to each other. We feel justified and entitled. And we come up with a reason why we did it. We don't have, and you want me to accept it.
Yeah.
You want God to accept it. And it makes you feel tough and like a man and on top of the world. Anticipatory guilt occurs when an individual knows that an act that they are going to commit or considering to commit might have a negative outcome. Anticipate meaning think about it before you do something. That's anticipatory guilt. Before I said it, I thought about it. Regarding the fact of who I may hurt. Before I do it, I think about it. Considering the fact of who I may hurt. This is the way we need to be accepted by God, man. Guilt is an emotional experience that manifests in response to ones that committed an action having a thought. Guilt is expressed through words, actions, and demonstration. So if you feel bad about what you did to the brother, there's something that you're going to do to show that person that I feel bad.
That's right.
You can't just tell God I'm sorry. What did you do to show God that you're sorry? You got to do something to show God that you're sorry. Huh? Guilt is expressed through words, deeds, and demonstrations, apologies, and acts of kinds that are meant to counteract your negative actions or changes in behavior. Guilt is tied to empathy, pushing a person to look beyond themselves and consider that person's situation. Empathy is when you are able to consider his situation. Put yourself in that person's shoes, and when you put yourself in a person's shoes, now I will react differently. I will react and watch my words. Because now I have put myself in that person's situation and you wouldn't like it for yourself. Now you will determine whether you should say it or not. Because I would say, well, man, I wouldn't like that being said to me. So now, even though it's true, if it's true, I still wouldn't like this person saying it to me. So you know what? Let me hold that back. Can't be so rash and so quick. I said we can't be so rash and so quick to do and to say. Because when I do and say, I have to regard and consider who is around. Who am I affecting by me doing and saying this? I said guilt is tied to empathy, pushing a person to look beyond themselves and consider that person's situation by handling it accordingly. Empathetic guilt is feeling overly sorry for someone being able to understand and share the feelings of others and what the person is going through. See things from their point of view and imagine yourself in their place. Okay, we ain't that way, man. I said we are not that way. Adultery for a man is when he cohabitates with a married woman. If a man cohabitate with a woman that's not married, that's not adultery. That's called fornication. That's why it's called tin'ah or na'ah. It means adultery or fornicate. And you cannot get close to God fornicated with woman that's not your wife. To adulterate means what? To corrupt, to make impure by the addition of foreign or inferior substance. And scientists has found that DNA from every man that a woman has cohabitated with has been found in her. Right? Anytime you change a man, the chemistry of your body changes.
So that's facts.
Anytime something foreign enters your body, it alters your body chemistry. It can go back to what it was before. That's why God said once you divorce her and she gets remarried, she's profane for you. But I ain't never read about a divorce case. Never. King David went, he said, listen, man, bring my wife back. That's my wife. I never divorced her. And he took her and never went back into her, but that's my wife. And Patiel was feeling it. Patiel cried. He was sick. You know why? Because the mentality of men then is not the mentality of men now.
That's right. We don't have bonding.
Say that again?
We don't have bonding.
We don't have bonding.
We don't bond.
We don't bond.
We don't link up.
We don't link. We don't bond. We don't have that emotional bond. You know why? Because most of us is damaged. Looking at the woman like, you damaged too. You're damaged. And because you're damaged, it blocks you from bonding with a woman that you done cohabitated with. Emotional attachment supposed to get in between.
That's how it matters.
So now that has to cause you to look at yourself. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? It ain't take Isaac years to love Rebecca. Instant love. He took her, moved her in to his mother's tent. He said he was comforted. He said he loved her. He loved her.
Nothing can happen when you leave her.
Woman retains and absorbs DNA. I said woman retains and absorbs DNA from every man she slept with. Sometimes the DNA from her past affects her present. The man with a present man. She will have a baby for you. And the man that she had 2 months ago affects the baby. Yeah. Affects the baby.
He has features.
Look it up. Yeah, man.
You wonder why she acting like John.
That's why God said a man can have more than one wife.
That's why I said
but a woman can't. Because you're going to confuse yourself and you disrupt the chemical makeup of your body, which disrupts you and won't allow you to pair bond with the man that you are going to be married to. It makes it harder. It makes it difficult.
But it's easy to break it off.
Women release a hormone that causes them to pair bond. When you have casual sex, it leads to a decrease in this neurochemical production and interferes with the woman pair bonding with a man because of repeated sexual encounters with multiple partners neutralizes the brain.
You wonder why she's so manly?
When a female chooses to engage in casual sex, breaking bond after bond with each new sexual partners, the brain forms a synaptic map of one night stand. When the individual later desires a permanent partner, the brain map will have to overcome, making a permanent bond more difficult. Scientists has found DNA in the brain of a woman during autopsies. Each man she encounters during sex, that man's DNA can be found in that woman, which will make it hard for that woman to be one with that one man. You know what it means to be one? To be one, which means your opinion is my opinion.
That's right.
Your feelings is my feelings. Your desires is my desires. We getting it confused like being one. I'm gonna explain to you what one is.
Okay.
What you like, I like.
Okay.
Jezebel was one with Ahab. And I'm not condoning what Jezebel did, but she was one with Ahab. And she seen that what Ahab wanted was that vineyard. And she said, Lord, you govern the kingdom. I'm going to go get that vineyard. Because my desire is your desire. What you want, I want for you.
That's right.
And how she got it wasn't right by God. How she got it, it wasn't right. And I'm not talking good in her behalf. But I'm talking to show you that she was one with her man.
That's right.
Oxytocin is produced in the hypothalamus, a part in the brain. Females usually have higher levels than men. We also got oxytocin. Women have oxytocin, men have oxytocin, but the woman has higher levels in her. Okay? Time sheet.
Thou shalt not commit adultery.
Okay?
Thou shalt not steal.
Thou shalt not steal. Lotigno. Right? Steal, rob, and deceive. Now, the reason why we steal is because you're coveted. You want it. Why do we see things and want it? Huh? Why do we see things that's not ours and we desire it and we want it? That's the reason why we steal. This is why my pops used to have his plate, and he'll look inside of your plate and say, man, he said, damn, let me get some of that avocado. He said, nope, I don't want it.
I don't want it.
I said, now look at him. I said, why you don't want it? He said, because if I wanted it, I would have took it out the kitchen. But I seen your plate, and now I want it. Yeah. That's called coveting.
Yeah.
It ain't mine. What's that? I want that. No.
Dukes, man.
And he's right.
Dukes.
He's right. That's how far we got to go with God.
You got to take it to the extreme.
You got to go to the extreme because we don't have Moses here to explain nothing. We don't have no Moses here to explain nothing to us. Time sheet. Now, hold up. Coveting comes from, go ahead, time sheet, read.
Thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor.
You should not answer or respond or testify as a lying witness. Why you got so much to say and you wasn't there? You didn't see what happened. You didn't see what took place. I'm only siding with this guy here because this is my friend. So I have a lot to say, but I don't know what took place. I don't know what happened. Tom sheet.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife.
Nor his manservant.
Nor his manservant.
Nor his maidservant.
Nor his maidservant.
Nor his ox.
Nor his ox.
Nor his ass.
Nor his ass.
Nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
Okay. Go to Exodus chapter 23. Now, coveting comes from a feeling of not being satisfied.
It's yours.
Not being satisfied with what you have.
You want somebody else?
I said coveting comes from a feeling of not being satisfied. This is why one of my brothers, he said, we have to learn to forsake our senses. I said, we have to learn to forsake our senses. Because everything you see, you can't have. Once your taste bud starts to react, you can't taste it. We have to learn to forsake our senses and control our senses towards the things that is lawful and right by God. Time sheet.
Thou shalt not raise a false report.
Deuteronomy chapter 23. Thou shalt not raise a false report. Ain't that something? To raise, Lord Tisa. Tisa means to support. Tisa means to bear. How do you raise a false report? Huh? To support means to uphold or to defend something that is false. I can't defend you and you're wrong.
Yeah.
I can't support you and you're wrong. Anytime we support and defend people, that is wrong. Why we do things like that? Once you hear that your brother is wrong, I can't side with you, man.
Yeah.
To bear means to accept. You should not bear. Thou shalt not raise a false report. You should not accept a false report. You should not carry a false report.
Don't spread it.
Don't spread this around.
You don't even know if it's true.
We don't even know if it's true.
Spread it.
We don't even know if it's real. Don't come up with opinions and statements about people that you don't know. I don't even know you, but I came up with a statement about you, and I ain't even meet you. That's what we do. I said, that's what we do. We come up with statements about people that we don't know and never met. Tell you how sick we are in the mind.
Yeah.
First, get to know the person before you start talking and running your mouth. But that shows the hatred for the person. False accusation denotes hatred.
That's right.
When you start running your mouth and it ain't truth, it denotes hatred. When you willfully provide false oral information, it's a false state. It's a false report, man. Read that over.
Thou shalt not raise a false report.
Okay. Go ahead.
Put not thine hand with the wicked to be an unrighteous witness.
Put not thine hand with the wicked. With the wicked.
To be an unrighteous.
The Hebrew word for with is ayin mim. It means with or on the side of the wicked, to be an unrighteous witness. The Hebrew word for unrighteous is kamas. Kamas means injustice. Injustice means lack of fairness. Injustice means lack of justice. We forget about justice. Being fair means I have to be fair. I have to be equal. Equality. I treat you this way, I treat this one this way. If I treat you one way, but I don't treat this person this way, you're not fair. Why you treat this one way, but you don't treat this person this way? Why you treat this one way and don't treat that one way? You're not fair. And a person that's not fair is unjust. He said lack of justice. You know what lack of justice is? You don't solve the matters according to what God said. You punched me in my eye, browsed my eye, gave me a black eye, I can't see. And I gotta hold it.
I gotta accept that.
And all I do is yell and say, man, you shouldn't have did that. Whoa, you're wrong, man. You're wrong. No, you're wrong. You gotta sit down now and get punched in your eye.
What you did.
That's justice.
That's right.
When we don't fulfill justice, God looked at us and said, you're unrighteous.
That's right.
Come on, man. God said you're unrighteous. You're not right. And every so often, God will put a situation before you to see if you learned your lesson, to see where you're at. Are you going to change? Because you're doing a lot of talking, son. And you're not backing it up with your actions according with God. So most of the time, it's good to shut your mouth. Shut up. Humble yourself.
That's right.
And be quiet. You know why? You need to shut up and humble yourself because you also have done atrocities. I also has cursed others. I also have done. And I have done this and I have done the other.
We have done this.
Time sheet.
Thou shalt not follow a multitude.
Thou shalt not follow a multitude to do evil. You should not go after a multitude to do evil. All right? Follow or to go after the multitude, you think the same. When you follow or go after the multitude, you think the same, which is going to bring about actions that's not acceptable by God because your thoughts is off. This is why your actions tells me how you think. I said your actions tells me how you think. Because your actions is gonna denote what you done conjured up in your mind. Go ahead.
Neither shalt thou speak in the cause to declare.
Neither shalt thou speak in the cause. The word for cause is resh yod beit. It means strife, controversy, dispute. Neither shall you speak in a strife or a controversy or dispute to wrest judgment. To wrest judgment means to change or to pervert judgment. Tom, see?
Neither shalt thou countenance a poor man in his cause.
Neither shall thou countenance a poor man in his cause. The word for countenance is what? Hadad. It means to honor a man or to show partiality. To honor a man in his cause. If you stole, you got to pay back. If you don't have it to pay back, you got to work it off. Plain and simple. Tom sheet.
If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray.
If thou meet thine enemy's ox or his ass going astray. Which means what? We're not talking about the nations. We're talking about your Israelite Hebrew brother.
We had this
Which means we had enemies. We was enemies amongst ourselves. And we served the same God. But God said that if you meet your enemy's ox or his ass going astray, thou shalt surely bring it back to him again. Which means I must get out of my emotional state, disregard how I feel for the sake of fulfilling the commandments of God. I said I must get out of my feelings to forsake to fulfill the commandments of God. Because your feelings, and when you are in an emotional state, you block yourself from yourself. You stop yourself from doing the things that is lawful and right by God because you're moving with emotions.
That's right.
You're moving with emotions. If thou see the ass of him that hated thee lying under his burden, and wouldst forbear to help him, thou shalt surely help with him. You can't do this if you don't have a heart. I say you cannot do this if you don't have a heart. God said if you see the animal laying under his burden, it's my job to stop and unload some of those burdens up off the animal. And guess what else now? It don't stop there. I have to walk and take that man with his burden to wherever he's going. The law supersedes, man. The law supersedes everything. Supersedes everything, yo. Thou shalt not rest the judgment of thy poor in this cause. Keep thee far from a false matter. False matter, shekwed midbar. It means a false matter, false words, or false things, right? and the innocent and the righteous slay thou not. But I will not justify the wicked. Okay? To justify the wicked. To justify the wicked means what? Declaring a wicked or guilty person to be right, innocent, blameless. It means to excuse or to defend or rationalize the action of those who is wrong. So how do you rationalize wrong? To rationalize wrong action means to provide a reason or justification for what the people do that is not right. Which means you came up with an explanation of why you did it. Don't that sound like us? I said, don't that sound like us? We have so many explanations of why I did it, which denotes that we're evil and wicked. Adam never said and explained why he ate. He ate it. He said, man, the woman you gave me, I ate it. Hey, he just told the truth. He ain't put the blame on Eve. He ain't blaming nobody. The man just told the truth. He said what happened. He said what took place. And thou shalt take no gift, for the gift blinds the eyes of the wise and pervert the words of the righteous. A bribe is a gift. A gift is a shokad. It means a bribe. Bribes corrupts judgment, clouds your understanding, losing your ability to see the truth clearly, twisting your words and decisions, leading to an unjust outcome. Now we don't need to have bribes. We get bribes, or it's my friend, or it's my brother, and because we're close, I would judge in your favor. I would disregard certain things. I will let certain things go. It perverts your integrity, which causes you to speak contrary to what is right. It leads to decisions based on self-interest. That's what bribes does. You start leading and making decisions according to how you feel. Exodus 20, verse 9.
Exodus chapter 23, verse 9. Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for you know the heart of a stranger.
Also, thou shalt not oppress a stranger. Brother said, we treat each other like strangers.
Damn right. Yes, we do. Yes,
we treat each other like strangers.
Yes, we do.
You don't need a white man here.
Nah.
You don't need the Chinese man here. You don't need none of that here. You see how we treat each other just by coming here and observing.
Thank you.
Just observe how we treat each other. We treat each other like cats and dogs. We animals, man. We don't have a heart for each other. The same person that was raised with you, lived with you, prayed and served the same God with you, that same person will look at you and spit on you. Golly, you don't have no boundaries for a person that you knew for such a long time. No boundaries to say, well, you know what? I know him too long. I said, I know you too long for me to move this way with you. I'm not going to act this way with you. I'm not going to say these things to you. I'm not going to do these things to you. Why? Because I've known you too long. We damn near was raised up together. But at any given time, this ungodly soul, I will turn on you. And all that goes out the window. You are evil. You evil and you're wicked, man. No faithfulness and no consideration, man. There is no love, man. We don't have a heart. I said, we don't have a heart for each other, man. We are so cold. We are cold with each other, man. Lord have mercy. Why are we this way, man? Why? You mean to tell me that we just destined? All this is just a front? Because if it wasn't a front, then we'll be doing better.
Right.
Oppression. to subject someone to harsh treatment. I said oppression is when you subject someone to harsh treatment, to be treated unfairly, to cause someone to feel uncomfortable. You hear the things that we do that cause oppression? When I treat a person harsh, when I treat the person unfairly, when I make you feel uncomfortable. And when a person feels uncomfortable, they don't want to come around no more. And then the same one that made the person feel uncomfortable, he's like, see, I knew he wasn't for this. I knew they didn't want to serve God. No, fool, you did it. You drove the person away. They don't want to serve God. No, stop treating people the way you treat them, and they won't have to run. Ain't nobody gonna stand around and get treated any old how, man. We gotta stop this foolishness, man. There's a way that we treat people. There's a way that we talk to people. Proverbs 15 said, grievous words, hurtful words stirs up anger. A soft answer turns away wrath. And sometimes you talk soft to a person.
Most of the time, they take it for weakness.
And they take it for weakness.
Majority of the time.
And they get more boisterous and angry.
Majority of the time. That's 99.9% of the time. Dealing with these people.
To know the heart of a stranger is having the idea of understanding. I said to know the heart of a stranger is having the idea of understanding and empathy for those who are different. I said for those who are different, unfamiliar, or unknown. So to those type of people, you extend kindness. To those type of people, you extend kindness and compassion to those who are perceived as strangers. You might gain some souls.
That's how you gain souls.
That's how you gain souls.
No right or wrong.
That's how you gain more people. See, but not everybody have those traits. Leaders will attract. A true leader attract people. Naturally. Because he do things and he say he know how to do and how to move. These are things how he reacts, how things that he say, he attracts. Tom, see?
Verse 10. In 6 years thou shalt sow thy land, and shalt gather in the fruits thereof.
6 years thou shalt sow thy land. Tom, see?
But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still.
But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still. We even had laws of the land where God said there were certain times that we are supposed to leave the land. Because every time you pick or glean or take fruit, the land has to work to push another fruit out. So if the land don't got to work and push nothing out, they're resting. Tom sheep.
But the 7th year thou shalt let it rest and lie still, that the poor of thy people may eat, and what they leave, the beasts of the field shall eat.
The poor of thy people may eat. God always think about the poor.
Nobody else think.
God always think about the fatherless. God always think about the widow. God always think about the ones who's that's lacking, or the cast off, or the ones that's in distress, the one that's unprotected. God got a heart for these people, man. So if we are pursuing godliness and righteousness, you must have a heart for those type of people. You gotta have a heart for those type of people. Now you will be more circumspect with yourself with how you say things. Now you're more circumspect with how you talk, because I don't want to offend you. And I don't want you to feel no way. Disregarding of how you meant it. Well, I didn't mean to say it. I didn't mean it that way, but it don't matter of how, because you didn't mean it. It's how that person felt. That's what counts. The effect of what it did to that person. So now I need to change that. To show God that it's not that way by going to the person and rectifying the situation. Correct yourself. Make corrections. This is the problem, man. We are faulty before God and we don't correct the things that we are at fault at. When we violate, we don't correct our violations. We don't amend our violations. And because we don't amend and make corrections with ourselves, it hangs over your head. It stays there until you decide to make corrections. Tom, see?
In like manner, thou shalt deal with thy vineyard and with thy olive yard. 6 days shalt thou do thy work, and on the 7th day thou shalt rest, that thine ox and thine ass may rest, and the son of thy handmaid and the stranger may be refreshed. You know?
So you gotta have a heart for the animals.
Right.
You can't work the ox all day. The ox gotta rest. They get tired too.
See
the cat. I said, you can't lock that cat up in there. It's 100 degrees in the house.
Yeah.
As soon as you open the door, you know where the cat go? By my mama room to feel the AC.
That's right.
He go right by the door and he lays right there by the door.
That's why he said.
Leave the cat there. The cat's hot. You think you the only one hot? You ain't the only one hot. You got things that maybe the cat's hot too.
That is hot.
You be let him out the bathroom, let him roam the house and sit and get a little air too. Put little ice cubes in the water. Shoot. You got a thing for the cat. Yeah, the dogs. The beasts. You gotta have a heart for all. That's what the law teaches us. To have a heart for all. Consider all. Tom sheet.
And in all things that I have said unto you, be circumspect.
Be circumspect.
And
the word circumspect is shamar. It means to observe. Be on guard.
And make no mention.
Make no mention
of the name of other gods.
I said, make no mention of the name of other gods. It also means to remember. That's why when the name of other gods, you may hear me say boo boo or Lulu, because I don't want to mention the names. And every time I mention the name of other gods or other deities, it is iniquity imputed upon my soul, which causes a breach and an opening of my spirit. And I don't need no more. I don't need my spirit to be expanding.
I'm trying to close it.
I'm trying to close it. I'm trying to seal it. But I keep opening it, violating the covenant and the laws of God. Tom Shee.
And make no mention of the name of other gods, neither let it be heard out of thy mouth. 3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year. 3
times thou shalt keep a feast to me in the year. The feast of unleavened bread.
Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread.
Kagmazo.
Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days.
7 days.
I commanded thee.
As I commanded thee.
In the time appointed of the month
Abib. In the time appointed of the month Abib.
For in it thou camest out from Egypt, and none shall appear before me.
None shall appear before me empty.
And the
now, we didn't have yeast.
No.
We didn't have baking soda.
No.
Okay? And according to what I read in Hosea chapter 7, mark it down, Hosea chapter 7 states that the only way of leavening your dough is by kneading. I said the only way of leavening your dough is by kneading.
That's right.
You don't think they had yeast particles in the air back then?
Yeah, they did.
Yeah, they had yeast particles in the air back then. But guess what? God said, I don't care about that. You know why? Because another time in history was 1 Samuel chapter 24 with the witch of Endor. When the witch of Endor went and made bread for the king, for King Saul, she had a dough there. Look it up in the Hebrew. The word for pluck is talash. The word for pluck in the Hebrew is talash. Talash means to pluck, which means it ain't flour. The dough was sitting there. So sour has nothing to do with it. We don't know how long that dough was sitting there. Sour and fermentation don't have nothing to do with leaven. It's not the same as leaven. How do I know this? Because the dough was sitting there. The word for pluck is talash. It says kneaded in the English. Talash means to pluck or to tear, to take a piece. And we don't know how long that dough was sitting there.
Commonly, everybody did that.
I don't eat matzos from the stores. I don't eat matzos from the Jews, because the way matzos is made, they take the dough, they put it in the ball, and they knead the hell out of it for hours and hours and hours and hours and hours.
Less than 12 hours.
When they're done kneading it, all the air is out of it, flatten it, and they bake it. That's not bread. That's crackers. Be truthful with yourself, people. Matzos is crackers, not bread. You're always looking for the easy way out. I said, you're always looking for the easy way out. Tom sheet.
The feast of harvest, the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field, and the feast of ingathering, which is in the end of the year.
The feast of harvest, the first fruits of who? Of thy labor.
The first fruits of thy labors,
which thou hast sown in the field.
And the feast of ingathering,
and the feast of ingathering,
which is in the end of the year, when thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field. 3 times in a year all thy males shall appear before the Lord. 3 times
in the year all thy males shall appear before the Lord God. And these are 3 appointed times we need to be in Jerusalem.
That's right.
We needed to be in Jerusalem.
3 times a year.
But we've been cast out. We've been kicked out of Jerusalem because of our ways. Because we have dealt with God unrighteously. So God kicked us out the land. Go ahead.
Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread.
Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread.
Neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy God. Thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk.
Thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk. Seethe the kid in its milk, in his mother's milk, was a pagan fertility ritual done by the Canaanites to ensure the fertility of crops or livestock, or to honor their god or goddesses associated with fertility. So when they bore a kid in the milk of his mother, they would take the milk and sprinkle it on the crops. Tom sheet.
Behold, I send an angel before thee to keep thee in the way, and to bring thee into the place which I have prepared.
I will send an angel before thee to keep you in the way.
And to bring thee into the place which I have prepared.
What verse you at?
I'm at 21 now.
Okay. Go ahead.
Beware of him.
Beware of him.
And obey his voice.
Obey his voice.
Provoke him not.
Provoke him not.
For he will not pardon your
transgression.
transgression.
He will not pardon your transgression.
For my name is in him.
You know why God sent this angel? God is still angry with us. So God chose not to walk before us because of that atrocious act that was done at the grounds of Mount Sinai. Notice when King David was angry with Absalom, he said, man, see my face no more. He said, I don't want to see you. I don't want to look at you. Right now, I don't want to see you. But I still love you. And I still care for you. But right now, I just can't look at you right now. Your parents does that. Just like God. God did it. Sometimes I need to be left alone because I'm angry. And I don't want to say nothing in my anger. I don't want to react in my anger. Anger rests in the bosom of fools. I have been controlling myself, and I laugh more. When I feel myself getting angry, I say, shh, stop myself. Stop myself. Gotta stop myself. I've been trying. I got a temple, but I've been trying.
It works. It works. It works.
Go ahead, read. We're going to hear more about anger. Proverbs, oh my goodness. Go ahead.
But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice and do all that I speak, then I will be an enemy unto thine enemies.
If you do and follow everything that this angel said, he said, I will be an enemy to your enemy. I will be an adversary to your adversary. At this point in time, we are in good standards with God, so therefore, you don't have to lift a finger. God will fight your battles. God will step in, Tom Sheep.
And an adversary unto thine adversaries. For mine angel shall go before thee, and bring thee in unto the Amorites, and the Hittites, and the Perizzites, and the Canaanites, the Hivites, and the Jebusites, and I will cut them off. Thou shalt not bow down.
God said he will cut off these nations. These 7 nations, God said he will cut them off. But out of these same 7 nations, you had righteous men that came out of these 7 nations. That's right. Uriah the Hittite was one. A man of loyalty. A man that was so loyal that he didn't even open the letter that King David gave him to give to Joab. He done delivered his own death. He was so loyal. He was so loyal, man. Tom Sheep.
Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them.
Thou shalt not bow down to their gods, nor serve them,
nor do after their works.
Nor do after their works. The word for their works is kema-asehem. All right? Kema-asehem means, I have the definition here. Kema-asehem goes into their doings, their events, their work, their actions, their business, their occupations, their practices, their traditions. An event is a social occasion or an activity. You know what's a social occasion? Why you go to gather on July 4th? Say it again. Why you go to gather on July 4th and then come up with a social occasion you start? On July 4th now, you decide to have a barbecue. Or unity. Or a unity Shabbat. That's when they do it.
Around those times.
That's when they do it. Come on, man. Come on, man. An occasion is a what? Come on, man. Occasion is a what? An affair, business, special event, ceremonies, or celebrations. Ceremonies or celebrations. This is why your celebrations cannot be their celebrations. Marriage ceremony stems from Rome. We didn't have no marriage ceremonies. We had banquets.
Right. Feasts.
We had a feast. And what denounced and what or not denounced? What substantiated the marriage was when the father gave his daughter to this man.
That's right. Okay?
The only papers that needed to be wrote up was the divorce.
If so.
If affairs goes into matters and concerns, your concerns means what? To relate to. Anything you relate to tells me your connection. Your connection. So you're only going to concern yourself about things you have a connection with. Okay? Your practices to do or perform often, customarily or habitually. Anything you practice becomes a habit. I said anything you practice becomes a habit. And a tradition is just an inherited pattern of thought. Tom Sheep.
But thou shalt utterly overthrow them, and quite break down their images. And ye shall serve the Lord your God, and he shall bless thy bread and thy water. And I will take sickness away from the midst of thee.
What verse you at?
26.
Okay. Now, it says in verse 24, it says, and quite break down their images. We got to get into that. Okay? The Hebrew word for images is matzeba. Matzeba means your monuments, tombstones. It also means personal memorials. Personal memorial is something designed to preserve the memory of a person, like as the arbitrary cards, monuments, a written statement, memorial services, tombstones dedicated to one who died. This is why when I buried my father, he didn't have a tombstone.
That's right.
And I ordered my children, when I die, don't put no tombstone.
That's right.
Put a mark in. Just put a mark. Don't put no tombstones on my gravesite. No tombstones. Don't make up no arbitrary cards. In loving memory of.
That's right.
From sunset to sunrise. From 1960 to 2030. Then you have a whole documentation. No. We didn't do those things. Those are hedonistic customs. We didn't have repasts.
That's right.
Where after the death of a person, we meet at your house and dinner and drinks and everything is provided. And we didn't have those things. We didn't do those things. We didn't do that. Proverbs chapter, go to Proverbs. Proverbs chapter 12. Be quick to run. Be quick to run and to fulfill and to do and to live like unto the heathens. Be quick to do those things. Without a question. Proverbs 12, you got it?
Whoso loveth instruction, loveth knowledge.
Uh-oh. He said, whoso loveth instructions, loveth knowledge. So what is instructions? The word for instructions is musad. Musad means order, discipline, correction. I said order, discipline, or correction. There comes a time when you need to be corrected. There comes a time when you need to be corrected. Don't feel no way when it's your time to get corrected. Because while you're being corrected, you're learning.
Right.
I said, while you're being corrected, you're learning. Correction is what makes you wise. Because you will begin to learn from your faults or from the things that you have done that was wrong. Correction is not a bad thing because correction is the ways of life is the keeping of the instructions.
That's right.
Tom C.
But he that hated reproof is brutish.
But he that hated reproof is brutish. He that hated to be chastised or corrected is brutish. So what does brutish mean? The Hebrew word for brutish is ba'al. Ba'al means ill-mannered, or ill-mannered person, a rude or insensitive person. Ill-mannered means what? A person that lacks proper upbringing, etiquette, or consideration for others. Okay? What does rude means? Rude means offensively impolite. To be offensively impolite is a person that behaves, right, or language that causes hurt, anger, or can be upsetting to a person. When you do things and it hurts a person, it annoys a person. Right? You're doing these things and saying these things just to annoy this person, just to get to this person. Okay? Insensitive person is a person that lacks awareness or concern for the feelings and needs of others. When you lack awareness, you're not considering who you hurt, who you offend by what you say or do. They make hurtful comments without realizing the damage it does to others. They are focused on their own thoughts and feelings. Time sheet.
A good man obtaineth favor of the Lord.
Uh-oh.
But a man of wicked devices.
A good man obtaineth favor from God. The word for obtain is yapik. Yapik. Yod pei yod kuf. It means to acquire. A good man will acquire favor from God. You know what favor means? That word favor is razon. A good man will acquire acceptance from God. God will accept you. But in order for God to accept us, we have to be good in the eyes of God, according to what God said is good. Not according to what you think is good. According to what God said is good. Now God can accept us. Now God can delight in us. Now God can show us favor. Tom sheet.
But a man of wicked devices will he condemn.
But a man of crafty devices. A crafty man is wicked. That's the interpretation in the Hebrew. A crafty man is wicked. And a crafty man is full of deception. Okay? Tom sheet.
A man shall not be established by wickedness, but the root of the righteous shall not be.
A man shall not be established by wickedness. The Hebrew word for establish, is yikum. It means to establish. It means to be firm. It means to be steady. Okay? A man shall not be established by wickedness. He will not be firm. He said, but the root of the righteous shall not be moved. The root of the righteous shall not be moved. Mim, shabuts, tet. It means will not fluctuate, will not be unstable. To fluctuate means to shift back and forth with God. Today I'm strong and I'm pushing. Tomorrow I ain't pushing. You're back and forth with God. You're in and out with God. Tom sheet.
But the root of the righteous shall not be moved.
Tom sheet.
A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband.
A virtuous woman is a crown to her husband. And Shet Kayil. And Shet Kayil is a woman of virtue. It also is a woman with virtue. A woman with good qualities. A woman with moral strength. So a woman with virtue has moral excellence, positive character traits, strength and resilience, self-control, wisdom and discernment. Those are women with virtue.
But she that maketh ashamed is as rottenness in his bones.
Read.
The thoughts of the righteous are right. But
The thoughts of the righteous. The thoughts of the righteous are always right. So now we can determine whether you're righteous or not according to how you think. According to how we think will determine if we're righteous or godly. Tom sheet. But the
counsels of the wicked are deceit.
Okay. So the wicked are driven by self-serving desires and prioritize their own interests above all. Tom sheet.
The words of the wicked are to lie in wait for blood, but the mouth of the upright shall deliver them.
Read that over.
The words of the wicked are to lie in wait for blood.
That's ambush. Read. But the mouth of the upright shall deliver them. Tom sheet.
The wicked are overthrown and are not, but the house of the righteous shall stand.
Tom sheet.
A man shall be commended according to his wisdom.
A man shall be commended according to his wisdom. Tom sheet.
But he that is of a perverse heart shall be despised.
But he that is of a perverse heart shall be despised. A perverse heart is morally corrupted and inclined towards evil and contrary to what God accepts. And this is how you know when you have a perverse heart. Continue to be opposite of God. You have a perverse heart. Tom, see?
He that is despised and hath a servant is better than he that
that is hated, but he got a servant, is better than he that honoreth himself and lack bread. You honor yourself and you ain't got no food to feed yourself. Tom, see?
A righteous man regarded the life of his beast.
A righteous man regarded the life of his beast. A righteous man regarded the life of his beast. You know what this statement emphasizes? The importance of kindness and compassion towards animals, treating them with care and consideration. So if you're cruel to animals, you're likely to be cruel in other aspects. You're likely to be cruel in other aspects. Because if I'm not cruel, then I won't be cruel to no one. You're not going to decide and pick who you're going to be cruel with. If you're a cruel person, then you're cruel. If you're not cruel, then I'm not going to be cruel to nothing, to nobody. Tom, see?
But the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel.
But the tender mercies of the wicked are cruel. Even when the wicked appears to be kind.
They're still cruel.
Even when the wicked appears to try and be good, their actions are still harmful. They're still harsh. They're still evil. You're trying to think, talking about, I was doing good. No, but your actions are still the most harsh. It's still hard. Tom, see?
He that tilleth his land shall be satisfied with bread.
He that tilleth his land shall be satisfied with bread. You work the land, you're going to eat. You work the land, you're going to eat. But if you don't work the land, you're not going to eat. Tom, see?
But he that followeth vain persons is void of understanding.
He that followeth vain persons is void of understanding. The word for void of understanding is kasad lev. Kasad lev means you lack a heart. You lack a heart. So he that associate himself with vain persons or vain people lacks a heart. See how we got to watch who we walk with? Who we work with, who we walk with determines who you are. It determines who you are as a person. Tom, see?
The wicked desireth the net of evil men.
The wicked desireth the net of evil men. Wicked people are attracted to things that is evil. I said wicked people are attracted. They desires and they are attracted to evil. It doesn't make them frown. It don't make them think and say, man, you're wrong. They are attracted to these things because they're evil and they're wicked. So you're only going to be attracted to how you are, to what you have in you. That's right, Tom C.
But the root of the righteous yielded fruit.
Ooh, the root of the righteous yielded fruit. The word for yielded is natan. It means to give. The root of the righteous will give fruit. It will give you food. He'll feed you. Tom C.
The wicked is snared by the transgression of his lips.
The wicked is snared by the transgression of his lips. He done trapped himself just by your own words. But the just shall come out of trouble. Tom C.
A man shall be satisfied with good by the fruit of his mouth.
A man shall be satisfied with good by the fruit of his mouth. A person's words have the power to bring about positive outcomes and can lead to good results. That's the fruit and the effects of what you say out of your mouth. And the recompense of a man's hands shall be rendered unto him. While negative speeches can lead to negative consequences, rendered unto him means returned. Means returned. And the recompense of a man's hand shall be rendered unto him. Whatever I put out is going to come back. It's going to come back. And sometimes it comes back worse. Sometimes it comes back worse. Tom C.
The way of a fool is right in his own eyes.
The way of a fool is always right in his eyes. I ain't never wrong. The fool is always right. You haven't even thought to say, well, maybe I may be wrong in this instance. Maybe I did offend this person by doing this. I'm always right. You're a fool.
But he that hearkeneth unto counsel is wise.
But he that hearkeneth to counsel is wise. So these type of people are unwilling to listen to advice or consider other perspectives. Because they feel they are always right. They lack self-awareness, and humility, which prevents you from learning from your mistakes. In order to learn from your faults and correct your faults, you need to have self-awareness. Self-awareness is being able to look into yourself. Time sheet.
A fool's wrath is presently known.
A fool's wrath is pleasantly known.
But a prudent man covereth shame.
A fool's wrath is presently known. A fool is known by his wrath. It shows lack of self-control. We don't have to deal with every situation in anger. I don't have to deal with every situation the way I deal with it. Tom sheet.
A fool's wrath is presently known. But a prudent man covereth shame.
But a prudent man covereth shame. A prudent man is able to control their emotions and reactions. A prudent man has the ability to foresee the consequences and act accordingly. We got a lot of work to do with ourselves. Tom sheet.
He that speaketh truth showeth forth righteousness.
He that speaketh truth shows forth righteousness. Tom sheet.
But a false witness deceit.
Tom sheet.
There is that speaketh like the piercings of a sword.
The word for speak is beit tet aleph. It means to speak without being cautious. You say things and you're not aware of what you're saying. I'm not aware, or I don't care about what I'm saying. I don't care who I hurt. I don't care who I offend. So I just blurt it out and I say it and take it the way you want to take it. Those are unkind words. Pierces the heart. It hurts. Yeah, it's going to hurt. Yeah, words hurt. If it ain't hurt, then Solomon wouldn't have said it in Proverbs 15. Tom sheet.
But the tongue of the wise is health.
But the tongue of the wise cures. The tongue of the wise heals. Tom sheet.
The lip of truth shall be established forever.
And we just say things and talk things, disregarding the other person's feelings, disregarding how that person gonna feel. And you know what? We all are guilty of that. We're guilty of that. But in order for God to accept us, we need to recognize and be on point with ourselves in every aspect of life. Tom sheet. What verse we at?
Verse 19.
Tom sheet.
But a lying tongue is but for a moment. Verse 20. Deceit is in the heart of them that imagine evil.
Verse 20. Deceit is in the heart of them that imagine evil. Well, I don't lie. Yeah, you're full of deceit. You know why? You're full of deceit because your thoughts are evil. I said your thoughts that are formed in your mind are evil. When you went and did what you did, you didn't analyze your actions and question yourself by saying, should I do this? Am I right? Should I continue in this form or manner? No, you disregard those things and continue to do what you wanted to do because you are in an emotional state. Tom sheet.
But to the counselors of peace is joy.
But to the counselors of peace is joy. The counselors of peace always promote peace, which means if you're a counselor of peace, I'm going to always speak up to try to pacify, throw water on the situation, calm things down. Tom sheet.
There shall no evil happen to the just.
There shall no evil happen to the just, but the wicked shall be filled with trouble. Tom see?
Lying lips are abomination to the Lord,
Uh-huh.
but they that deal truly are his delight.
Uh-huh.
A
Read.
prudent man concealeth knowledge.
A prudent man concealeth knowledge. A prudent man is discreet and careful about when and to whom they share information with. They don't reveal everything. Everybody don't have to know this. I don't have to run around and tell everybody. Certain things I need to keep to myself. They don't reveal everything. They know, especially if it could cause harm, misinterpret, or it's just not the right time. Because by me telling this, it can cause harm. You can misinterpret it, or it's maybe just not the right time to say these things. Tom sheet.
But the heart of fools proclaimeth foolishness.
Uh-huh.
The hand of the diligent shall bear rule.
The hand of the diligent shall bear rule. What is the diligent? The diligent is karutz. It means to determine. To determine means to make a firm decision and never change. That's the determined. Those are the ones that are diligent and determined. Tom sheet.
But the slothful shall be under tribute.
Uh-huh. The slothful is the lazy man. You're gonna owe. Go ahead. You're gonna get taxed. Tom sheet.
Heaviness in the heart of man maketh it stoop.
Heaviness in the heart of man maketh it stoop. Heaviness is emotional burden, like sadness, worrying, anxiety.
Distress.
It weighs a person down physically and emotionally, and sometimes all it takes is a good word to lift the spirit. All it takes is something for you to say that can ease his stress, ease his burden. Which means you got to know the right things to say to a person that's stressed out and emotional. You can't say certain things that's going to trigger the person. I have to consider that sometimes just don't say nothing because I don't know what to say. I don't know how to say it, so I keep my mouth shut. Tom sheets.
Heaviness in the heart of man maketh it stoop, but a good word maketh it glad.
Uh-huh.
The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor.
The righteous is more excellent than his neighbor. When I looked up the definition of excellent, it's yod tau resh, yater. You know what that means? The word yater, it means to seek out. The righteous, these are things that righteous men do. He said the righteous would what? Would seek out his neighbor. I didn't hear from you in a while. And I'm not concerned about your well-being. You're not righteous. It said righteous men do these things. They will seek you out. They'll give you a call. Hey, man, I didn't hear from you in a while. How you doing? You good? You all right? Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, good to hear your voice, man. Boom, boom. That's only if we love each other. Things like that only get done if we love each other and consider each other. But there's no love, so we don't seek each other out. I will go a year without speaking to you, and it don't bother me. It don't bother me. Tom sheet.
But the way of the wicked seduceth them.
The way of the wicked seduceth them. The way of the wicked will cause you to err or to wander or to go astray. Tom sheet.
The slothful man roasted not that
The
which he took in
deceitful
hunting.
man roasted not.
That which he took in hunting.
That which he took in hunting. Tom sheet.
But the substance of a diligent man is precious.
It's precious. It's valuable. Tom sheet.
And the way of righteousness is life.
Go to Psalms 37. In the way, Psalms chapter 37. In the way of righteousness is life. And in the pathway thereof, there is no death. Go to Psalms chapter 37.
Fret not thyself because of evildoers.
Uh-huh.
Neither be thou envious against the workers of iniquity.
Uh-huh.
For they shall
Start from 15. Psalms chapter 37, verse 15.
their sword shall enter into their own heart, and their bows shall be broken. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked.
Read that again, verse 12 and 15 again.
Their sword shall enter into their own heart, and their bows shall be broken.
So start from 14, sorry.
The wicked have drawn out the sword.
The wicked had drawn out the sword.
And have bent their bow. To cast down the poor and needy. And to slay such as be of upright conversation.
And to slay such as be of upright, not conversation. To slay such as to have the ones that have upright or godly or just ways. The Hebrew word for conversations is dedek. It means your ways. Tom Shee.
Their sword shall enter into their own heart.
Their sword shall enter into their own heart. Right? It means your own malicious actions. Your own malicious actions and intentions that you do to people will backfire. Your own negativity, your own evil is going to destroy you. Tom Shee.
And their bows shall be broken. Verse 16. A little that a righteous man hath is better than the riches of many wicked.
That's right. Read.
For the arms of the wicked shall be broken.
For the arms of the wicked shall be broken.
But the Lord upholdeth the righteous.
But the Lord supports the righteous. You know what it is for God to support you? You know what it is to have God on your side and supporting you? Tom Shee.
The Lord knoweth the days of the upright.
The Lord knoweth the days of the upright. The Hebrew word for upright is tamim. Tamim means to be whole or complete. Go ahead.
And their inheritance shall be forever.
And their inheritance shall be forever. Tom Shee.
They shall not be ashamed in the evil time. And in the days of famine they shall be satisfied. But the wicked shall perish, and the enemies of the Lord shall be as the fat of lambs. They shall consume into smoke, shall they consume away. Verse 21. The wicked borroweth and payeth not again.
The wicked borrows, and they don't pay back. And then when it's time to pay back, they get angry when it's time to pay back. Or when the person comes to ask for what they have, the person gets angry. I can't get angry and I got what belongs to you. I have what belongs to you and you angry. Ain't that something? Go ahead.
But the righteous show it mercy and give it.
The righteous show it mercy and give, Tom Shee.
For such as be blessed of him shall inherit the earth. And they that be cursed of him shall be cut off.
Tom Shee.
The steps of a good man are ordered by the Lord.
The steps of a good man. The steps of a good man is ordered by God. The Hebrew word for ordered is kaf shabut nun. It means kun. It means to establish or to be firm. The steps of a good man is ordered or established by God, which means God's guides the steps of the righteous. I said God will guide your steps, Tom Shee.
And he delighted in his way.
And he delighted in his ways.
Though he fall, he shall not be utterly cast down. For the Lord upholdeth him with his hand.
Tom Shee.
I have been young, and now
I have been
old.
young, and now I've been old.
And yet have I not seen the righteous forsaken, nor seed begging bread.
Tom Shee.
He is ever merciful and lendeth.
He is merciful, and he lends.
And his seed is blessed.
And his seed is blessed.
Depart from evil and do good.
Depart from evil and do good.
And dwell forevermore.
And dwell forevermore.
For the Lord loveth judgment, and forsaketh not his saints. For they are preserved forever. Middle of 28.
Okay. He said, for the Lord loveth judgment. The Hebrew word for judgment is mishpat. It also means justice. Justice is just behavior, just treatment. Just behavior are actions that are morally right, fair, and in accordance with what is considered ethical or lawful. It encompasses treating others with fairness, respecting their rights, and acting in a way that is deserved or appropriate given to the circumstances. Okay? Considering the ethical implications of one's actions that are and must be aligned with the principles of fairness and morality. So what is ethical implications? Ethical implications refers to the potential moral consequences of a decision or actions. Whether something is right or wrong, they involve considering the impact of your choices and actions. Whether it's right or wrong, it may have a negative impact and how it affects the individuals. And these are things that we are not, we don't consider these things. Tom Sheet.
Depart from evil and do good.
So hold up. It said, forsake not the saints. They are preserved forever, but the seed of the wicked shall be cut off. The saints, kasidai, or kasid, it means the faithful ones, the pious ones, the godly ones. They are preserved forever. Preserved, the word for preserve is shamar. It means to keep, to guard, or to observe. So the only ones that God is going to keep or guard are the saints, or the godly ones, or the faithful ones that are faithful, godly, or the pious ones. Tom Sheet.
He is ever merciful and lending, and his seed is blessed. Verse 27. Depart from evil and do good, and dwell forevermore. For the Lord loveth judgment, and forsaketh not his saints. But they are preserved forever, but the seed of the wicked shall be cut off.
The seed of the wicked shall be cut off. Tom Sheet.
The righteous shall inherit the land, and dwell therein forever. The mouth of the righteous speaketh wisdom, and his tongue talketh of judgment.
The righteous shall inherit the land, and dwell therein forever. Verse 30.
Verse 31.
30. Go ahead.
The law of his God is in his heart.
The laws of his God is in his heart. The laws of his God is in his mind. Which means there's no way that he's going to forget. You ain't going to forget.
It's wicked to forget.
And King David said, I have not wickedly forgotten thy law. So it's wickedness when we forget God. Okay? The laws of his God is in his heart. None of his steps shall slide. The wicked watcheth the righteous and seeketh to slay him. The Lord will not leave him in his hands, nor condemn him when he is judged. Verse 34.
Wait on the Lord and keep his way.
And
he shall exalt thee to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, thou shalt see it.
Go to verse 37.
Mark the perfect man.
Mark the perfect man.
And behold the upright.
The Hebrew word for mark is shamar. He said, guard the perfect man. Observe the perfect man. Keep the perfect man. Give heed to the perfect man. The word for perfect is tamim or tam. It means whole or complete. Go ahead, read.
But the transgression shall be destroyed together.
The
end of the wicked shall be cut off.
The end of the wicked, the akarit of the wicked, the hereafter of the wicked is cut off. Let's go to Isaiah 58. Isaiah chapter 58. Got it?
Isaiah chapter 58. Cry aloud, spare not. Lift up thy voice like a trumpet.
Cry loud. Don't hold back. Lift up thy voice like a trumpet.
And show my people their transgression.
You know what that is, man? I don't care if you get angry. I don't care if you get tight. I don't care if you feel away. Once you are doing wrong according to what God said, you will be informed. You're going to be told. Go ahead.
In the house of Jacob, their sins. Yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways, as a nation that did righteousness and forsook not the ordinance of their God.
He said, yet they seek me daily. He said, show my people their transgressions, right? Their transgressions. In the house of Jacob, their sins. Verse 2.
Yet they seek me daily
and
delight to know my ways.
And delight to know my ways. The word delight is kapet. It means pleasure or desire. You delight or you have pleasure or you claim you have pleasure or you delight in the ways of God.
As a nation that did righteousness.
As a nation that did righteousness.
And forsook not the ordinance of their God.
And forsook not the ordinance of his God. Read.
They ask of me the ordinance of justice. they take delight in approaching to God.
Uh-huh.
Wherefore have we fasted, say they, and thou seest not.
He said, wherefore have we fasted? Right? And the only way to fast is to abstain from food. That's the only way. Go ahead, read.
Wherefore have we afflicted our soul?
He said, now when we're fasting and when we call ourselves afflicting ourselves, it calls for a humbling state of mind, humility, meekness. You can't be fasting and be raunchy and all loud, because what availeth the fast? What are you fasting for? The fast, we fast to humble ourselves with God. But nowadays, people fast and they're more angry. What are you angry about? You're supposed to be fasting. It's not working. According to what I'm seeing, the fasting is not having effect on you. It's not affecting your spirit. It's not causing you to reflect on yourself and humble yourself before God, because those are the effects of fasting. It's an immediate response. And now I notice that certain things that we do that our forefathers did, it don't have the same effects. Why?
If thou takest no knowledge, behold, in the day of your fast he find
said,
pleasure.
wherefore have we fasted, say they, and thou seest not. He talking to God. He said, how come we fast and you ain't recognizing it? You're not seeing it. You're not recognizing it. Go ahead. He
wherefore
said,
have we afflicted our souls, and takest no knowledge.
And takes no knowledge.
Behold, in the day of your fast ye find pleasure, and exact all your labors.
In the day of your fast you find pleasure. So the fast, you're just going hungry. You're just starving yourself. You know why? Because I continue to handle my business. I continue to smoke cigarettes. I continue to watch TV, and you're talking about you're on a fast. That's not a fast. That God don't accept those type of fasts. When you are fasting, you cut yourself off from all. You abstain from pleasures and your own desires.
Go off in a corner somewhere.
That's right.
He
He said, behold, ye fast for strife and debate. You know what debate is? It means strife, contention.
Argue.
I only fast, and the only reason why I'm fasting is to throw it in your face. I fast. I do this. I do this. I'll do the other. But it's not affecting you. It's not having no effect on your spirit. It said to smite with the fist of wickedness. To smite with the fist of wickedness. We started to fast, but for all the wrong reasons. We started to fast, but it wasn't to seek humility and righteousness from God. That wasn't the purpose of our fast. We had a different purpose.
Ye shall not fast as ye do this day, to make your voice to be heard on high. Is it such a fast that I have chosen?
Is this a fast that I've chosen?
A day for a man to afflict his soul?
A day for a man to afflict his soul.
Is it to bow down?
To afflict. It also means to humble himself. That's what a fast does. It will humble you. You're supposed to be humbled. Go ahead.
Is it to bow down his head as a bulrush?
Is it to bow down his head like a bulrush?
And to spread sackcloth and ashes under him?
And to spread sackcloth and ashes under him.
Wilt thou call this a fast and an acceptable day to the Lord?
Will you call this fast to be accepted by God?
No.
You really think God is going to accept this fast?
No.
Is
not this the fast that I have chosen? To loose the bands of wickedness.
To loose the bands of wickedness.
To undo.
To loose. It means to release from restraints. The bands is from slavery. We held our own people in slavery and bondage. We did our own people dirty. We do ourselves dirty. We don't need to be around nobody else. We turn around, we like scorpions. I look at you and start gnawing on you. And you come back and gnaw on me. We are at each other's necks. And we don't look at each other as one. We don't look at each other as family.
to loose the bands of wickedness, to undo the heavy burdens, and to let the oppressed go free. And that
What
you break.
affects you should affect me. I said, what affects you should affect me. So if I'm affected by it, I'm not going to throw it in your face. I'm not going to throw it in your face or say things to make you feel the way. I will try and be a solution to it. Try to make a solution. Some shit.
Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out of thy house, when thou seest the naked?
Is it not to deal thy bread to the hungry, and that thou bring the poor that are cast out to thy house? Read.
When thou seest the naked, that thou cover him.
To deal thy bread to the hungry, it means to divide, to break in two. Listen, I got a piece of bread. Somebody come in, yo, you want a piece of bread? Here, take a piece. And if it's not enough, well, hey, it just won't be enough. Tom sheet.
When thou seest the naked, that thou cover him.
When you see the naked, you cover him. A person that need clothes, he ain't got to ask. He's not actually naked, but you know he's at need. Why I wait till that person come and ask me for me to go and get it? I see you need. Just up, get it. Here you go. Hold it. Oh, wow. Thank you, man. I appreciate you. Because your eyes is in your head. And you're watching to see who needs. So therefore, I just go and get it.
Don't take them to the store and tell them, pick out what you want.
Yeah, I see. It was brothers like that.
What you thought.
The brother come and take you to the store and say, and stand up by the door, push his chest out and say, go get what you want. Get whatever you want.
I cook in front of all the broad.
You got women there, men there, everybody there. You took a grown man to the store, stood up and said, go pick what you want. No, man, you don't do that to grown men. You feel like doing something? Break them off. Give them a couple on it, and let him buy his own. You do that to your kids, man. You do that to your kids. I don't even do that to my grown kids. That's my grown daughter, 23 years old. She needs something. I don't take her to the store and get what you want. Get what you want. I pull my pocket, pull out, get out, and go get your own. You're grown. Tom shit.
And that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh.
And that thou hide not thyself from thine own flesh. You know how many people hid themselves from people that are at need? And it was a man, look, people will come around, and once they see the person come around that's in need, everybody runs. Why? Because the person that's in need, they know he gonna beg, he gonna ask. We don't have a heart, man. Tom sheet, where we at? What verse we at?
Verse 8.
Go ahead.
Then shall thy light break forth as the morning, and thine health shall spring forth speedily. And thy readiness shall go before thee. The glory of the Lord shall be thy reward. Then shalt thou call, and the Lord shall answer. Thou shalt cry, and he shall say, here I am.
That's when God will come out for you. That's when God is going to come out for you. But there are certain things that we need to be doing in our lives that will cause God to come out for you. You got to cry. I got to deal my bread to the hungry. I got to clothe the naked. There was a whole list of things that God said that we should be doing. And if we fulfill these things that God said that we need to do, when we cry out, then God will pop out for us. But the reason why God don't come out for you, because there's some type of corruption in you that you have not fessed up to. You have not corrected. You haven't corrected. Tom sheet.
Isaiah chapter 58, middle of verse 9.
Middle of verse 9. Tom sheet.
If thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke, the putting forth of the finger.
If thou take away from the midst of thee the yoke. No, the yoke of oppression. Okay? The putting forth of the finger. Why am I accusing and pointing the finger at everybody instead of looking at myself? I'm looking at everybody instead of checking myself. All right? And speaking of vanity, speaking of injustice, speaking of evil, Tamshi,
And if thou draw out thy soul to the hungry,
and satisfy the afflicted soul,
then shall thy light rise in obscurity, and thy darkness be as the noonday. The Lord shall guide thee continually, and satisfy thy soul in drought, and make fat thy bones. And thou shalt be like a watered garden, and like a spring of water, whose waters fail not. And they that shall be of thee shall build the old waste places.
Okay.
Thou shalt raise up the foundations of many generations. And thou shalt be called the repairer of the breach.
The repairer of the breach. The restorer of paths to dwelling. So, how do you satisfy the afflicted soul? By the things you say, addressing the problem. You got to address the problem. You can't let the problem go. Once there is some type of injustice going on amongst ourselves, the problem must be addressed. But the reason why the problem can't be addressed, because there's no order and nobody listens to nobody.
That's right.
Nobody listens to nobody. And you feel justified in your action and the things that you did. So therefore, guess what happens? It's left alone. It's left alone. And guess what? God frowns at that.
Yep.
God frowns at that. Sometimes he will visit that sin, that injustice upon the whole house. And I don't want God to judge me. I don't need no more judgment from God. I done got my butt whipped enough. The restorer. The restorer, it means to return or to turn back. To return or to turn back. Right? What is that? Okay, the repairer of the breach. Who is the repairer of the breach? What do I mean? What do they mean by being the repairer of the breach? The repairer of the breach is one who restores what has been broken, damaged, lost, or destroyed. Separation often due to sin. So basically, I got to repair that bridge. I can't continue to walk in my forefathers' footsteps. I need to repair that breach. And how do you repair that breach? By not walking in the sins of my father's father's father. Go ahead, read.
If thou turn away thy foot from the Sabbath,
The Shabbat. If you turn away your foot from the Shabbat. The Shabbat was established by God. After he had created the world in 6 days, he was the first to acknowledge it. God was the first to acknowledge it and declared this 7th day a period of rest, to cease in the Hebrew, it says, because before sin polluted the world, I said before sin polluted the world and work became a thing that God commanded us to cease from. What is work? Centuries later, it was included in the 10 Commandments, the Decalogue, powerful words coming directly out the mouth of God. That's why when recited, it will have an effect on your spirit. This is why when you recite these things, when you read the first 5, it will have an effect on your spirit. The first 5 will have an effect on your spirit because these are the words that came directly out the mouth of God. Okay? In time, though. It don't happen right away. It's not magic. I say it one time and automatic. No. Over and over. And in time of me reciting it and reading these laws and putting in work, now it will start to have an effect with the person putting in work by fulfilling the commandments. In the beginning, we learn about God speaking the world into existence, a day at a time, not all at once, which is an example in itself. This shows that there are stages in development. It shows that there are stages in development. Okay? Now, the first day that God, in God's creation, people say, they orchestrate and they denote the days according to the moon and the sun. But God, there was a first day before the moon.
there was no sun.
When there was no sun or no moon.
No time.
There was no time. It was a first day.
That's all.
God created what in the first day? Light.
That's it.
He created light in the first day without the sun and the moon being present. So why do we go according to the moon and orchestrate these days according to the moon? Why do we do these things? Why? We need to just follow and keep the things simple. Don't look to create and make no calendar. Leave the calendar the way it is. This is what God gave us to. This is what God subjected us to. Accept it and just follow it. Tom sheet.
From doing thy pleasure on my holy day.
From doing your own pleasure. You know what's my pleasure? What my satisfaction. The things that satisfies me. I said the things that satisfies me. Huh? That's my pleasure. That's my pleasure. It satisfies me. And whatever satisfies me,
I stay away from
is my pleasure. And because this is my pleasure, I got to stay away from these things on God's day. Tom sheet.
And call the Sabbath a delight.
Call the Sabbath of delight. You know what it means to call the Sabbath day a delight? Why I look amongst the ranks and I see Brother Yakanan with a frown. Why are you frowning today, brother? Today is God's day. Today is the Sabbath day.
Right.
We should all be observing the day with a delightful spirit. With a joyful spirit.
Right.
And God have an eye towards the person that serves God with a joyfulness of heart.
Why you push up your fist, son? Why you push up your fist?
You gotta have joy in the things that God had joy in.
That's right. You don't get
What am I angry about?
like this.
What are you mad about? You ain't like this Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, or Thursday. But as soon as Friday and the sun starts to settle,
Self-settle.
and you gotta cut the TV
You gotta
off.
shut down.
Ain't no more drinking,
Can't do him.
no more smoking.
Misery setting.
You can't watch no TV. Misery begins to set in. Stress begins to set in.
So you're very touchy.
Aggravation begins to set in. And I become very touchy.
And your Saturday becomes a Saturday.
No good, man. No good, man. We gotta serve God with joyfulness of heart, man. Be happy when these days come around. All right, go ahead.
And call the Sabbath a delight.
Call the Sabbath of
The
delight,
holy of the Lord.
the holy of God,
Honorable.
honorable,
And shall honor
and
him.
shall honor Him.
Not doing thine own
So
ways.
you honor God by not doing your own ways, by not doing your own thing,
Nor finding thine own pleasure.
nor finding your own pleasure,
Nor speaking thine own words.
nor speaking thine own words. The Hebrew word for speaking thine own words is nor speaking of matters. Nor speaking of matters. Because when you speak about things that has nothing to do with God, now that's when the trouble
Oh, you
begins.
mean matters that don't concern God.
Leave Trump alone today. Stop talking about Diddy and the baby oil. Leave Diddy and his baby oil alone. Leave all these things alone and just talk about God. Focus on God, man. Because when we talk about things other than God, we profane the day.
Current events.
Leave Marcus Garvey alone.
And according to what I read, we have to be on guard for these things. How are you on guard? You know what on guard is? When I hear you talk your own words, say, oh, stop. Don't do it. Chill out. You on guard for the things that is lawful and right by God.
Right.
When I see you doing things wrong, contrary, let me let you know, man. Don't do that no more. Let me blow the horn. Don't do this. Imam Abba said, don't do this. Imam Abba said, don't like that. And once Imam Abba don't like it, guess what? I gotta listen. Once Imam said, don't do it, I ain't never doing it again.
Blow the whistle.
You gotta blow the whistle.
Yeah.
I can't allow you to do things and not say nothing. Because God's gonna look at me and say, I agree with you. God's gonna look at me and say, I did it. Because I didn't blow it. I didn't blow the horn. So now we are all guilty because we have refrained and held our tongue.
Speaking up for what's right.
And not speaking up for what is right by God.
That's right.
And that's a problem.
That's right. Major problem.
That's a major problem.
Major problem.
Tom sheet.
Verse 14. Then thou shalt delight thyself in the Lord.
Now, the only way I'm going to begin to delight myself in God, I have to delight in the things that God had delight in.
Right.
I got to delight in the Shabbat, that Shabbat day, so that I can delight myself in God.
That's right.
Go ahead.
And I will cause thee to ride upon the high places of the earth, and feed thee with the heritage of Jacob thy father, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken.
Tom sheet. Read.
Behold, the Lord's hand is not short.
God's hand ain't short.
That it cannot save.
That it cannot save.
Neither his ear heavy.
Neither his ear heavy.
That it cannot hear.
That it cannot hear. He said, my hands ain't short, man. I don't care about the judge's decision. The judges will make a decision, and then when you go to court, the decision is overturned.
Different. That's why I keep telling you.
Which means you still gotta have trust, even while God made a decision.
That's right.
Even while the judge done made a decision. You know what? My God is God. I'm gonna go before that judge, and God gonna make that judge overturn the decision. Overturn it.
I keep telling them.
So I keep pushing, even though the judge's decision is already made, but I continue to push. Top sheet.
But your iniquities have separated between you.
Our sins, our iniquities has put a separation between me and God, between us and God. So God done put a separation between us. Go ahead.
And your sins have hid his face from you.
And your sins have hid his face from you,
that
he will not hear. I go and I bend my knee and I prostrate, sending up prayers, but God ain't hearing me. I said, God is not hearing me. Why? Because of my iniquities, because of my sins. That's what's blocking my prayers from God hearing it. Read.
For your hands are defiled with blood.
Your hands are defiled with blood.
And your fingers with iniquity.
And your fingers with iniquity.
Your lips have spoken lies.
Your lips have spoken
your
lies.
Tongue hath muttered perverseness.
Your tongue hath muttered perverseness.
None calleth for justice.
None calls for justice. Nobody stands for what is right. Nobody go to this one and say, man, yo, man, you shouldn't have did that, man, you're wrong.
That's right.
Yo, man, you shouldn't have did that, man, you're wrong.
That's right.
And the person that you're telling is wrong, he get more angry. He get more upset. When the person tell you you're wrong, the first instance is to blow the steam out. Wait a minute. What did I do wrong then? Tell me what I did wrong so that I can correct it. I need to accept this information so I can play with it, analyze it, see where I went wrong. Okay, go ahead.
Nor any pleaded for truth.
Nor any pleaded for truth.
They trust in vanity.
They trust in vanity. They speak lies.
They conceive mischief.
They conceive mischief.
The
word conceive, it means to imagine. They imagine mischief. So when you think up and your thoughts are not right, you got a lot of work to do.
They hatch cockatrice eggs and weave the spider's web.
They hatch cockatrice eggs and do what?
And weave the spider's web. He that eateth of their eggs dieth, and that which is crushed breaketh out into a viper. Their webs shall not become garments, neither shall they cover themselves with their works. Their works are works of iniquity, and the act of violence is in their hands. Their feet run to evil. They make haste to shed innocent blood. Their thoughts are thoughts of iniquity. Wasting and destruction are in their paths. The way of peace they know not. And there is
they never present peace. Those type of people never present peace. There's always problems. Right? Go ahead.
The way of peace they know not, and there is no judgment in their goings. They have made them crooked paths. Whosoever goeth therein shall not know peace. Therefore is judgment far from us, neither doth justice overtake us. We wait for light. But behold obscurity. For brightness, but we walk in darkness. We grope for the wall like the blind, and we grope as if we had no eyes. We stumble at noonday as in the night. We are in desolate places as dead men. We roar all like bears and mourn sore like doves. We look for judgment, but there is none. For salvation, but it is far from us. Our transgressions are multiplied before thee.
And because of our transgressions being multiplied, this is going to be our state. This is how we're going to be with God. This is how we're going to be in life. Tamshi. And our sins testify against us.
For our transgressions are with us, and as for our iniquities, we know them.
We know them. Tamshi.
In transgressing and lying against the Lord, and departing away from our God, speaking oppression and revolt, conceiving and uttering from the heart words of falsehood.
Said in transgression and lying against the Lord, and departing away from our God, speaking oppression. We gotta watch our conversations. We gotta watch what we talk about, because the things that we talk about, God disagree with it. Why do we delight in talking about things that God hate and despise? It just tells me who you are or how you are as a person.
That's right.
When you begin to talk about certain things, I look at you and say, well, that's how you are. That's how you are, because if you didn't like it, you won't talk about it. You won't have a conversation about homosexuality.
That's right.
Because I disagree with that. I'm not going to talk about that because it makes me shiver. It makes me shiver. It makes me feel strange because I disagree with that.
That's right.
When we talk about things
That's right.
that we should not be talking about, it tells me who you are as a person and what we need to remove that we have in us. Tamshi.
And judgment is turned away backward. Justice standeth afar off.
Justice standeth afar off.
Truth is fallen in the street, and equity cannot enter. Yea, truth faileth.
Judgment is turned away backwards. Justice standeth afar off. For truth is fallen in the streets, and equity cannot enter. Equity is not going to enter into a person that's not dealing with truth.
Right.
Okay?
Or justice.
Or justice. Tamshi.
Yea, truth faileth, and he that departed from evil maketh himself a prey.
He said, truth faileth. And he that departed from evil, you done made yourself a prey. No, what depart from evil means to just turn away. Stop doing what you're doing. But in order to stop doing what you're doing, you have to recognize and see your faults. You have to recognize that those are faults that I had in me, that I've done. And with that, I already got what was bought. And I'm going to say Shabbat Shalom.
Shabbat Shalom.
And I'm going to call up the next speaker, Teacher indeed, Chief Mika, Ben Level.
Giving all praises to the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob. There is none holy as the Lord, but there is none beside thee. Neither is there any rock like our God. Talk no more exceeding proudly. Let not arrogancy come out of your mouth. For the Lord is a God of knowledge, and by him actions are weighed. The bows of the mighty men are broken, and they that stumbled are girded with strength. They that were full have hired out themselves for bread, and they that were hungry cease, so that the barren hath borne 7, and she that hath many children is waxed feeble. The Lord killeth and maketh alive. He bringeth down to the grave and bring it up. The Lord maketh poor and maketh rich. He bringeth low and lifteth up. He raiseth up the poor out of the dust. He lifted up the beggar from the dunghill, to set them among princes, and to make them inherit the throne of glory. For the pillars of the earth are the Lord's, and he has set the world upon them. He will keep the feet of his saints, and the wicked shall be silent in darkness. For by strength shall no man prevail. The adversaries of the Lord shall be broken to pieces. Out of heaven shall he thunder upon them. The Lord shall judge the ends of the earth, and he shall give strength unto his king, and exalt the horn of his anointing. Please repeat after me. And God spake all these words, saying,
And God spake all these words, saying,
I am the Lord thy God,
I am the Lord thy God,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
which I brought thee out of the land of Egypt,
out of the house of bondage.
out of the house of bondage.
Thou shalt have no other gods before me.
Thou shalt have no God before me.
Thou shalt not make unto thee any graven image,
Thou shalt make unto thee any graven image,
or any likeness of anything
or any likeness of anything
that is in heaven above,
that's in the heaven above,
or that is in the earth beneath,
that is in the earth beneath,
or that is in the water under the earth.
That's the water under the earth.
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
Thou shalt not bow down thyself to them,
nor serve them.
nor serve them.
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
For I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God,
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
visiting the iniquity of the fathers
upon the children,
upon the children,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
unto the third and fourth generation of them that hate me,
and showing mercy unto thousands of them that love me,
and show mercy on thousands of them that love me,
and keep my commandments.
keep my commandments.
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain,
Thou shalt not take the name of the Lord thy God in vain.
for the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
For the Lord will not hold him guiltless that taketh his name in vain.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy.
Remember the Shabbat day to keep it holy.
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work,
6 days shalt thou labor and do all thy work.
but the seventh day is the Sabbath of the Lord thy God.
But the seventh day is the Shabbat of the Lord thy God.
In it
In it
thou shalt not do any work,
thou shalt not do any work.
thou,
Thou,
nor thy son,
nor thy son,
nor thy daughter,
nor thy
nor
daughter,
thy manservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy maidservant,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy cattle,
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
nor thy stranger that is within thy gates.
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
For in 6 days the Lord made heaven and earth,
the sea,
the sea,
and all that in the midst,
and all that in the midst.
and rested the seventh day.
And rested the seventh day.
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
Wherefore the Lord blessed the Shabbat day,
and hallowed it.
and hallowed it.
Honor thy father and thy mother,
Honor thy father and thy mother,
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
that thy days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Thou shalt not murder,
Thou shalt not murder,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not commit adultery,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not steal,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor,
thou shalt not bear false witness against thy neighbor,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's house,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's wife,
nor his manservant,
nor his manservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his maidservant,
nor his ox,
nor his ox,
nor his ass,
Nor his ass.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
nor anything that is thy neighbor's.
And all the people saw the thunderings and the lightnings and the noise of the trumpet and the mountains smoking. And when the people saw it, they removed and stood afar off. And they said unto Moses, Speak thou with us, and we will hear. But let not God speak with us, lest we die. And Moses said unto the people, Fear not, for God has come to prove you, and that his fear may be before your faces, that ye sin not. And the people stood afar off, and Moses drew near to the thick darkness where God was. And the Lord said unto Moses, Thus thou shalt say unto the children of Israel, Ye have seen that I have talked with you from heaven. You shall not make with me gods of silver, neither shall you make unto you gods of gold. An altar of earth thou shalt make unto me, and shalt sacrifice thereon thy burnt offerings and thy peace offerings, thy sheep and thine oxen. In all places where I record my name, I will come unto thee and I will bless thee. And if thou wilt make me an altar of stone, thou shalt not build it of hewn stone, for if thou lift up a tool upon it, thou hast polluted it. Neither shalt thou go up by steps into mine altar, that thy nakedness be not discovered thereon. Okay, we're going to pick up from where we left off last week, Genesis chapter 45.
Genesis chapter 45.
Read about our forefathers, their examples. The reason why I'm bringing this here with Joseph and his brothers is to show humility, how we are supposed to be. Now, can you forgive a person that tried to kill you? Can you forgive your brother that tried to kill you? Will you hold it against him? If you tried to kill your brother, would you feel sorry for it? Would you say, hey, wait a minute, you know what? This happened because I did that to my brother back then. I did that to him back then. That's why this is happening now. This is the examples. This is how we got to think. Remember what Chief Shama said. A lot of stuff we did. We still got to pay for it. We still got to correct it. We did a lot of stuff to each other. We ain't correcting that yet. I'm just saying. These are the examples. Joseph got kidnapped, threatened, and they was going to kill him. No bones about it. When he cried out, they didn't have no mercy. So yeah, okay, I'm going to give them a hard time. He gave them a hard time, but he didn't do no sin to them. Okay? He didn't violate them. He didn't vex them. He didn't oppress them. He just made things happen to where they couldn't say that they were innocent. He put them in a situation where they said, well, look, man, I don't know how it got there, but look, I didn't put it there, but it's my responsibility. It's on me. So I got to hold that down. Y'all know that, right? Sometimes you get yelled at for nothing, right? Sometimes you get barked on for nothing, right? It's never for nothing. Your metal got to get tested. You know what that means? Every now and then, that pride that you got to get slapped. So that you are able to correct yourself. Okay? That's why we have to honor our parents. There's a lot of times we try to, no, but from young, hold up. We try to explain ourselves. We want to be right all the time. Sometimes you were right, but not with your parents, not with God. And they say, well, look, man, you're wrong. Yo, but I don't know you're wrong. So, all right, cool, I'm wrong. If that's how you see it, that's how I see it. And that's the practice that you get going, right, with each other. And now you're able to do it out. And you're able to honor God and what God said. It's not so hard of a problem now because we're accepting from each other certain things, right? So now we're able to accept what God said. It's a practice that makes perfect. Okay? Read.
Genesis chapter 45. Then Joseph could not refrain himself before all them that stood by him.
Now, he was still playing a role. He ain't let his brothers know who he was yet. Benjamin is there now. Everybody's there. They're in his house. He fed them. Judah's like, yo, man, we cannot go back without this guy. Benjamin got to come back with us. He said, I can't go back. Look, we go back, my father will die. That's news. This situation, this matter is going to kill him. And I don't want to see that. Nobody want to see their parents suffer or their loved ones suffer. He said, we've been seeing him suffer. He's been in sorrow. He hasn't been himself since. This is going to take him out. It's too much. He said, come on, you can't let me go back without the lad, man. He's pleading with him. That right there made Joseph break down. He couldn't play the game no more. This is when you have a heart. You can say, all right, you know what? Now I'm being too hard. Let me ease up now. Even though they didn't have no mercy on you, that don't matter. That don't matter. Because those are the things for God and righteous people to look at. Y'all understand where I'm coming from? Joseph have all rights, we would say, to stick it to his brothers because what they was doing. But nah, listen to how he handled this situation. Tells you.
And he cried, cause every man to go out from me.
Get out.
And there stood no man with him,
Uh-huh.
while Joseph made himself known unto his brethren.
The only ones in there was him and his brothers. The strange dudes, the servants, everybody else, he told them to leave. Yeah, leave me in here with these guys. And when they left, that's when he revealed who he was. And the Egyptians don't know that Joseph is a Hebrew.
Uh-huh.
The masses, the public, don't know who he is. That's why he sent them guys out. Get out of here. He said, well, I'm going to reveal myself to my brothers. And he revealed himself to his brothers. Okay? He said, and there stood no man with him while Joseph made himself known unto his brethren, and he wept aloud. No, when you hear and hear that these people cried out, or they wept, they really was crying. They weren't talking and complaining. They were really crying. Crying. You know what it is to miss your family? Do you know what it is to get snatched from your mother and your father and get displaced somewhere and be around strangers? And you the only one of your kind? Have any one of y'all been in that position? No. Yeah. I cried every night. And I was the only one in this color where I was at. I know what it is to be a stranger. I've been in them positions. That's why I let a lot of stuff fly. That, oh, this guy, man, no, just let it go, man. You ain't seen what I've seen. You ain't been through what I've been through. You ain't felt what I felt. Let him go. Leave him alone. Do you want him hassling you? No, but leave him alone. We got to get off of this, man, and get more serious with God.
That's right.
Because he put you in situations because your pride was high. When he put me in that situation, my pride was high.
That's right.
When I came out, my pride wasn't high like that no more. That got broke down. Because I remembered where I was put. I remember what God did to me because of what I did. Not pointing my finger. Oh, he snitched on me. Oh, he did it. No. Whatever they did to me, God allowed them to do to me. God commanded it to be done to me.
That's right.
We always looking to blame somebody. We never blame yourself. David said, I have sinned. He also said to the woman, he said, you know what? That would have never happened if I didn't go over there. I'm hot. Saul is on me. If Doeg did, he said, when I saw Doeg the Edomite, I knew something was going to happen. He's going to tell Saul. He's supposed to tell Saul. He didn't do nothing wrong. I hear people teach about Doeg the Edomite. Because he's an Edomite. He didn't do nothing wrong. Yeah, but he killed the priest on Saul's orders. Saul killed them, not him. Let's get this straight. The one who issued the order is the one who did it. Okay? Even in the mafia, they want the boss. They don't want the shooter. They can get the shooter. Look, you can walk. All you got to tell me, I know you didn't do this on your own. Tell me who ordered the hit. And when he tell him who ordered the hit, he slap him in the head. Now I got you, because it came out of your. If you never gave the order, he wouldn't have done it. You have loyal people around you. So you're responsible for what you tell these loyal people.
Too much of an influence.
That's why I said, people take advantage of people. Taking our lead in righteousness. Right? I let a lot of stuff go. You know why? My parents let a lot of stuff go. God let a lot of stuff go. So I got to remember that. Okay? How they dealt with me, I got to deal with everybody else. Okay? Now, I ain't no sucker either. Okay? He said, if the righteous man start doing commandments and right, becoming righteous, he makes himself a prey. You know what that means? You're able to do things to him that he won't do to you. That's what it means. So now I got to watch myself, okay? Because you are not on the same level as me or these people here, all right? And you would steal from me. I won't steal from you. I trust you. So I leave my stuff around. So you're able to take advantage of my trust. See, you understand? That's what it means when the righteous is a victim of prey, right? Because there's a lot of things they won't do to people, but people will do to them. So that's why God protects them. God steps in, put this matter down. Because you did this to me, I'm not going to go do it back to you because it still was unrighteous. That doesn't mean it's good for me. You steal from me. Is it good for me to steal back from you? He said, well, look, they stole from me. I remember when he stole that from me. You did steal from me. He did. It happened. But does it make it right that I do it back to you? I do the same thing? Okay, so we can't be that way. Where I'm at?
Genesis chapter 45, verse 2. And he wept aloud, and the Egyptians and the house of Pharaoh heard. And Joseph said unto his brethren, I am Joseph, but my father yet lived. And his brethren could not answer him.
Yeah, he said, Joseph said unto his brethren, it's me. He said, it's me, Joseph. First of all, the first thing that he had to do was stop speaking Egyptian. He started speaking in their tongue, which is Hebrew. And he's speaking to them. But they don't recognize him. You know why? Can anybody tell me why they did not recognize Joseph
Mhm.
when they saw him?
I know.
There's
Why.
two things.
Dressed.
The appearance when they saw him. How he was dressed is one. And what's the other one, brother?
Shaved.
His face.
It was shaved.
So there's like,
Shaved off.
if I tomorrow I come up in here, shave off everything, I'm gonna look different.
Yeah.
You gonna walk past me, you ain't even gonna know it's me. You're like, yo, man, there go your brother. I said, what, that ain't my brother? He don't look like that. We look alike.
That's right.
We resemble each other. So now he had to change his voice. Because he still looked like an Egyptian.
Mm-hmm.
So he said, hey man, it's me, Joseph, man. We start talking, and they couldn't believe it. They couldn't believe it. They was in shock. They was in awe. Okay? He said, it's dark, he said, and now he's acting, it's me, Joseph. He said, yo, am I still alive? All I want to know is, am I still alive, man? Y'all got me. Y'all the reason why I'm not around my father.
I didn't see my
Where
father
is
10
my
years.
father?
Yeah.
I have not seen my father for decades. That's the first thing he asked. Where's my dad, man? He said, is he yet alive? He's still good? He said, and his brethren could not answer him. They were stuck. That's what guilt do to you. When you're really guilty, you shouldn't. When you're really guilty, you ain't got nothing to say.
Nothing to say.
You ain't got nothing to say.
That's right. You would look at me and say,
Yeah, I've
I'm
seen.
sitting here quiet. I ain't got nothing to
No,
say.
that's why. I'm mad at myself right now. I ain't got nothing to say. There's nothing for me to say. I accept I'm wrong, man. It ain't gonna happen again. And he be like, oh, all right. Because usually, when a person is trying to explain himself, but when you really guilty and really wrong,
Shut your mouth.
shut your mouth. That's the best thing to do. That's why I laughed when you said earlier, it's the best thing to do is shut up.
Yeah.
We don't know how to shut up. We talk too much. Even when we're talking about God, we wind up arguing with each other.
Yeah.
So the best thing to do is shut up. Sometimes be quiet. If this guy's quiet, leave him alone, let him be quiet. We talk too much. There's something going on. Certain things that we do, we try to mimic and do, it don't work.
That's right.
So it's a lot. We don't mean stop. Keep doing it. Keep doing it. Because there's a lot of stuff we got to get out of us. There's a lot of garbage we have in us. That's why a lot of things we do don't have an effect. Because immediately, we don't get that immediate effect like our forefathers did. Okay? Be aware of what's going on, don't you?
And Joseph said unto his brethren, come near to me, I pray you.
Uh-huh.
And they came near, and he said, I am Joseph, your brother,
Look, he said, come near to me. Look.
whom
They
he
was,
sold
they
into
was like,
Egypt.
they was like just looking at him like, look, they were scared. They didn't know what to think. Remember what they just went through. They got accused of stealing. Okay? Simeon's still locked up. Remember, you kept Simeon. All right? There's a lot of stuff going on. So they're like, yo, man, how our brother wound up second in command in Egypt? It's baffling them right now. And he's snapping, he's like, man, come here, man, come. Man, give me a hug. Look, group hug, bring it in. He's telling them to bring it in, man. It's all good. They scared to death right now. Tomshi.
Now therefore, be not grieved,
Uh-huh.
nor angry with yourselves.
Listen to what this man is saying. He did not hold a, yo, we ain't got no business holding a grudge with nobody. If we really gonna be righteous before God. We have no reason holding a grudge with anybody. This man said, do not be grieved, nor angry with yourselves. You know why he said that? Because that's how they got down.
That's right.
And that's what they looking at themselves like. You can see it in their face that they're beating themselves up, that they're sorry. Joseph sees that his brothers are really sorry for what they did. But he's telling them, don't be angry with yourselves, because that's how you're supposed to be when you mess up. You're supposed to be angry with yourself. Don't get angry look, get angry with yourself. You don't get angry at him or her because I'm upset and I got rebuked. So now I'm gonna go beat this guy up. I'm gonna go take it out on her, or I'm gonna bark on this guy because I'm upset. It's temper tantrums, if you ask me, and it's wickedness. So he said, don't be angry with yourselves that you sold me.
Like that dude that didn't know the war there went home and sacrificed his child.
Sacrifice the child. He went home, sacrificed the child. And they wasn't mad. That's the way that's their custom. He said, but God, he said, God did send me before you to preserve life. He said, all of this happened. God made all of this happen. Don't be angry with yourself. He said, God made all of this happen so that I could be here and help preserve life. Whose life? The people who still get to eat, his family. If it wasn't for me being here, look, ain't no telling what would happen to you guys when you come to Egypt. Something could have happened to them too. He said, this is of God. Things that happen in here, a lot of matters that happen in here was of God. Y'all know that, right?
Right.
All of David's sons, all the stuff that they did, all the crazy stuff they did was of God.
Right.
God said, the sword shall not depart out of your house.
Right. Those ain't gonna tell them.
It ain't gonna be with the woman. The woman ain't gonna be trying to kill each other. It's the men. And the men of the house is his sons.
Right.
The servants ain't gonna rise up. So it jumped on his sons. That's why 3 of them went boo-goo. That's why he said, yo, man, don't hurt the lad, man. Because he's bugging, and I know what's going on. Something I did. God told me I'm not going to pay for it. That is erased. But it's still got to be a reaction to this, what you did. Okay? It's still something got to go down. So guess what? It's going to be in your seed, your house. That's why certain things went down in David's house. He didn't react the way we would have reacted.
Right.
Am I right or wrong, y'all?
That's right.
What? I'm going to kill him. First thing you're going to say, I'm going to kill my son coming up. I'm going to kill him. That's what we all, I'll bring you in, I'll take you out, right?
That's right.
Right? That's the attitude, right?
Marvin Gaye.
Right or wrong?
Right.
Marvin Gaye. That's the attitude. But in these cases, David, righteous men, know this is happening because of the Most High God. So I can't say for so much, even if it's my son. After Amnon got killed, David heard, he said he was content. Doesn't mean happy. You know what that means? Satisfied. You know why? Because it was the will of God. That's what he was satisfied about. Not that his son died. He said, okay, the matter is over now. I ain't got to stress about this matter. I ain't got to stress about it. I tried my best to keep him close to me because I know this is not him. Raping his sister? That's not him. Evil thoughts didn't come to them like that unless iniquity has been wrought. Tom sheet.
Now therefore, be not grieved, nor angry with yourselves, that ye sold me hither. For God did send me before you to preserve life. For these 2 years had the famine been in the land, and yet there are 5 years, in which there shall neither be airing nor harvest.
He said we still got 5 more years to
years,
go.
Man.
We 2 years into the famine.
Mm-hmm.
God showed the prediction of the famine to the Pharaoh in his dreams. Okay? Joseph was able to break down those dreams. Okay? Those dreams meant something. God showed Pharaoh those dreams, right?
Right.
He ain't showing you nothing.
Mm-hmm.
That was Pharaoh. But why he showed Pharaoh that? Because the fate of his righteous ones is living under Pharaoh's rule. Egypt ran everything, remember? Mm-hmm. Canaan, everything. There's famine. So it says, okay, look, I'm going to make it to where Joseph wind up over here in Egypt. He going to sit in the dungeon for a while. And guess what's going to happen after that? He will be elevated. God said, I kill and I make alive. Okay? He said, I raise up from the poor and I bring down to the dunghill. And that's what he did with Joseph. Brought him from the dungeon. Okay? And while he was in the dungeon, he lifted him up in the dungeon, gave him favor with everybody that's there in jail. He got favor in jail. Okay, God correcting you. God is beating you. He put you in jail, and he still look out for you. He still look out for you while you in there. Nobody touch you. And everybody, all the gangsters, all the police, everybody respect you. But he maintained you with his mercy so that you receive his correction.
That's right.
And you gain favor. Once you see people starting to like you, it's not you. Don't think you that special. God did that. Mm-hmm. And then when you realize that it's God that did that, you're gonna be like, okay, he ain't big-headed or she not big-headed. And that shows that you don't have that pride. Because people come in, you better, what he said, God put us in this position. God didn't put myself in this position. He said, well, look, with my talents, no. With the talent God gave me to interpret dreams, got me here so that I could save and preserve life. Don't be upset. Don't be mad at yourselves. Don't worry about that. I'm good. Look, I'm not mad at you for it. Okay? Where I'm at?
Genesis 45, verse 7.
Read.
And God sent me before you to preserve you a posterity in the earth.
He said, this famine will cut us off. God sent me here to keep our family line going. Tell she.
And to save your lives by a great deliverance. So now it was not you that sent me hither, but God.
He said it wasn't you. Yeah. Physically, you grabbed me up, you put me here. You had intentions to do other things. God used that to get me where I'm at now. Yeah. So don't worry about it. He said, a man, man plans his steps. He said, but God directed it. God is, he said, yeah, I may plan to do this tomorrow, but God said, no, you're going to die tomorrow. Or no, you're going over here tomorrow. Or no, something's going to happen. You're going to have to go there tomorrow. God direct your steps. God direct the steps ultimately. Tom sheep.
And he had made me a father to Pharaoh.
Look at that. Look. He's second in command to Pharaoh, but the juice that God gave him made Pharaoh treat him like he's his father. Whatever Joseph say, Pharaoh say solid. He said, yo, Pharaoh, you want us to don't ask me, ask him. Leave me alone. Pharaoh go open the door, go sit down and enjoy his life.
That's right.
He left it up to, he said, yo, dude treat me like I'm his dad. You know what that is? He honors me. When I tell him something, he listens. He made him a ruler over everything.
It's not his throne.
Right? As of this moment in time, Joseph runs the world.
He's the king.
He's the king of the world. Because that's the first world power. Mm-hmm. And Egypt is, at this time, they're in the height of their power. Everybody has to come to Egypt in order to eat food. There is no food growing nowhere. Yo, wickedness has been going on a lot since then to now. The famine that's going to happen now is something else. Ain't been a famine like that yet. Imagine that. Only one spot in the world.
They're making food in laboratories. That's why.
They fighting
plastic food.
They're making plastic food. But look, you cannot escape the judgment of God. By you trying to escape the judgment of God, you mess yourself up more. Oh, okay. We're going to leave the earth. Make spaceships. So when God destroyed this planet, we'll find another planet. Okay? You get in that ship. You go out there. You get to the other planet. When you get to the other planet, the air that's there is not good for you. No, it kills you. There's something there that is alien to here that's not meant for you to get in contact with. You cannot escape the judgment of God.
Right. You gotta go stay.
It's best to just say, yeah, man, I deserve it, man. I'm a piece of this, I'm that. And ask for his mercy.
Ask for mercy.
9 times out of 10 you get it, man. And you could do it right again. You reset and do it again and do it right. Because we know better. Tongue shit.
And Lord of all his house.
Uh-huh.
And the ruler throughout all the land of Egypt.
Uh-huh.
Haste ye, go up to my father, and say unto him, Thus saith thy son Joseph, God had made me Lord of all Egypt. Come down unto me, tarry not.
See, that's a hell of a message. He said, yo, go tell Abba, man. Go tell him that his son, Joseph, did it.
Run the
I
flock.
made
I
it.
made it.
I'm running it. Pull up.
I made it.
I blow up. My family blow up. I hit it big. Everybody hit it big. You going, no. I hit $5 million lotto. We all hit $5 million lotto. It's going to look like we all hit it. I don't want to stick out. Yeah, it's because of me. No. We not on that. That's dead. That's pride. God gave me so I could provide for me and my loved ones. I don't just hoard everything and spoon feed. Oh, you're going to have to kiss a little. That's what you want me to do? We got to check ourselves, man.
Right,
We really got to check ourselves, man.
right.
Yo, if I don't have it, I really don't have it. I will pull out my pockets. But if I have, whatever I have, like, look, I got this, take half. God, you know why? I learned that from my father.
Facts. That's a fact.
Learned that that's for food,
That's
money,
a fact.
for anything.
Anything. That's a
He
fact.
said, look, I ain't got what you just asked me for.
That's a fact.
He asked for 100. I only got 20. You got 10 from me. You need 90 more.
That's a fact.
I learned that. I didn't even learn that in the book. Being around my father and watching and observing. Being around my mother and watching. I said, okay, they don't like when we do this. They don't like when I act like that. They don't like when we leave the fan this way. Yeah, all of that we have to consider. You're never too old for that. Tell she.
And thou shalt dwell in the land of Goshen, and thou shalt be near unto me, thou and thy children,
Goshen.
and thy children's
The
children.
land of Goshen. Remind me of you guys. They got a Goshen upstate New York. Look. Every city, every ancient city has been renamed on this side of the world. You got a Babylon, right here in New York, Babylon, New York. You got Goshen, New York. You got a Jerusalem. Yeah. A lot of those towns, ancient cities and towns, they came here and named a lot of cities and towns after it. Yeah. Persian, yeah, man. Don't you?
And thy flocks and thy herds, and all that thou hast, and there will I nourish thee.
Look,
But yet,
you know that's a big thing. Move. That's moving. He's talking about moving. Leave from where you've been living at, where you're comfortable, you got your routine. Come on over here. Your flocks, your herds, your kids, everything. That's move. That's a big move. That's like moving from New York to down south. You're taking everything with you. Paperwork, this, that, the third. Ride down there. Got everything in the back. That's what Joseph's telling them. I want the whole family to pull up. Look. Ain't no food where you at. Y'all gonna have to keep sending. And I want to see my father. And I'm running here. I'm the man here. Pull up. Stokes, come. Bring everybody. Bring them. Your family is in the hills right there. Your family run them hills. You got 3 mountains that's yours. This is what they got. The land of Goshen. And they were the head of the city of the land of Goshen. Up until that night. When we got kicked out 12 midnight, we got kicked out by the other Pharaoh. Later on in Exodus. From this day until that day, we held that Goshen down, man. That was our city. God made that happen. Why it can't happen now? We are too polluted. We are too polluted.
Very
He
much
could
so.
do that right now. He could do that right now. No, the Indians got reservations. He could be to where, okay, Israelites, they got this city here. This is their city. Why we don't got that now? We far away from God.
Nobody crying
No,
out.
nobody crying out. Nobody's doing anything to be able to cry out. Lawgivers cry out. People in distress and despair cry out. We're happy. We're not in distress. We're content. Don't nobody want to leave America.
They cried out as one.
They cried out as one. They cried out as one. They all bend the knee as one. And that's our problem. Look, forget camps. The house, everybody got a different idea. Now you get to the camps. That's why everybody got a different idea. That's why we got one rule and we got 300 ways to do this rule. That's why we got one law, but everybody got a different way to do it. Don't you think God is in the mix of doing that?
Yeah.
God is doing that. Certain people you don't want in. Not everybody could join the club. Not everybody could get into the country club. The requirements, you have not met up to the standards of the requirements. You have not met up to the standards and the requirements of God. God said, what does thou required of thee? But to do his commandments, follow his laws and his ways, and do justice and judgment at all times. That is the requirement. That's what we are required of.
That's right.
So I'll be like
judgment.
Look, until the point where any matters come up, I shall slow down. I slowed my life down. So when dealing with matters, I'm okay, wait. Listen. Don't lie to me. Because you come to me with this situation. All right? Somebody lying. Because both sides is justifying themselves. Look, I got to condemn both of you. Don't get mad at me. Oh, you're picking his side. I'm not picking his side. I'm picking the truth. He's speaking the truth. We're both on the truth side. I don't pick nobody's side. I ain't no sucker. What you calling me, a sucker? I just follow people around like that? No. This what you did was wrong against the commandments. What you did was right, and that's that. Because we like to bring the problems to each other. Me and you got a problem, we like to bring it to him. Me and you got a problem, we bring it to him. Right or wrong? Because we rebuke and keep each other in line. We don't take our problems to other people or to another family.
No.
We do that with each other. Tell us,
Or the social media.
Oh, please.
But yet there are 5 years of famine. Lest thou and thy household and all that thou hast come to poverty. And behold, your eyes see, and the eyes of my brother Benjamin, that it is my mouth that speaketh unto you.
He said, look, y'all see it's really me now. Now y'all see it's really me. He said, tell my father of all my glory. Read.
Genesis chapter 45, verse 13. And ye shall tell my father of all my glory in Egypt.
See, tell Pops how I'm big now. I could get anything done here. You know, yo, man, that's part of honor too. When you want to show your father that you are successful and you want him to be a part of it. You want him to see that. That's also honor too. Yeah. Oh yeah, yo, you got guys, man. You got guys, you got heathen, you got dudes. Some Israelite dudes too. They become successful in life in certain ways, right? They forget their father. They look out for everybody except their dad. Why? Because he beats you. Why? Because he always yelling at you. Why? Because he was hard on you. Saw. You saw. You saw. You saw. Because that's why dudes reject their pops. Because he's the one that can stop you. So I don't have nothing to do with him. That's why I tell mothers, don't let your sons play you. Because when you start acting like dad, they're going to tell you, forget you to your face too.
That's right.
Only reason why they like that with you is because you do this to the boys. You rub them. Yeah, it's the truth. I have too much kids. I grew up with too many brothers and sisters, being the oldest son, okay? And then seeing my own. Yeah, I have an experience with kids, and I'm still around kids, and I still see these things. Tom sheet.
And of all that ye have seen, and ye shall hasten, bring down my father hither.
Bring him down, that's right. Bring my pops.
And he fell upon his brother Benjamin's neck.
That's who we
And
really
wept.
make.
And
See,
Benjamin
but
wept
see,
upon his
all
neck.
right, now, same mother. Those two came from the same mother, came from Raquel.
Right.
That's his little brother.
Right.
These guys are all older than me.
Right.
These two is the two youngest, Joseph
Right.
and
Right.
Benjamin.
Right. They were
Okay,
together.
so they're more closer.
They were together.
Some brothers are closer with each other than others.
Right.
That's when you got a lot, it's gonna be that way.
Right.
It's gonna be that way.
Right. Especially got different mothers.
When you got different mothers, yeah. Some it's gonna be they gonna rock. They gonna click up. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? And that's what happened here. He said, yo, man, come here, man. Y'all missed him, man. I ain't seen this dude since he was in Pampers, man.
Baby, yeah.
Since he was in Pampers. Look at him now. Time sheet.
Young.
Moreover, he kissed all his brethren and wept upon them. And after that, his brethren talked with him.
Man, bring tears to your eyes, man.
And the fame
This
thereof,
is love.
That's right.
This is love. When they could say, man, forget about all of that. Come here, man.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go, man. We brethren, man.
Mm-hmm.
Under one banner. That's love.
That's right.
That's what God like, man. That's what he said is so beautiful.
That's right.
Beautiful.
That's right.
Turn sheet.
and the fame thereof was heard in Pharaoh's house, saying, Joseph's brethren are come. And
The word
pleased
went out.
Pharaoh as well.
The word went out. Yo, Joseph, those guys that he was giving a hard time
Brothers.
to, those his brothers. That's all. And they were happy for him.
That's their leader.
They see a bunch of brothers walking in. They say, oh, look at them. I don't like them niggas. The world is different now.
On with you.
That's right.
The world is different now.
That's right.
People don't like that too. You see, people, they've been neglected by their children. And they will see another person that hasn't been neglected by their children.
Love.
And they know what they say? They bless you. When they bless you, they curse their children when they do that.
That's
They
right.
don't even know wherever their children is at, they're dead.
That's right.
Know why? They say, "My God bless you that you're here with your mother and you're here with your father."
That's right.
Yo,
Why
wish
you
that-
say that? Because
they
I wish
wish
mine
I
was
had.
here with me.
That's right.
This is not a common thing in the world. Most of them old people walking out there, they got people to help them, but they not helping them. Sometimes I gotta help. I said, Iman, hold on, let me help this lady right here. Right She need help.
Yeah.
I be helping other people out there.
That's crazy.
And they got kids. And they talk about them right or wrong. They say, yeah, my son, he got a whole house. He got money, but he don't give me nothing. He don't do this, he that. You know why? Because he didn't like when you was puking him. He didn't get over the fact how you brung him up. He didn't like how you brung him up. And that's the problem with the adults today. Y'all didn't like how y'all was brung up, so y'all still got attitudes with your parents.
Right.
And as Israelites, you ain't supposed to be thinking like that.
That's right.
Right. Talk about it.
Yeah.
Teach.
It's ugly.
Yeah.
And that's why you can't get none of this right.
That's right.
How you gonna disrespect, dishonor your parents, but then you serve God
Don't mix.
and you right, and everything you do is how?
Don't mix it.
How?
Don't mix.
It don't mix. It don't work, and it will not be accepted.
Violate your pop.
They are your
But
practice.
you're gonna be loyal to your man.
To be accepted in everything else God got here, you gotta get over that
Don't
first.
mix.
Don't mix.
Don't
Teach.
My father said, he said, man, he cried. He said, I wish my mother and my father was still alive.
Yeah.
So that I could make up for what I didn't know I was doing.
That's right.
And he cried behind that, man. He cried behind it. And he was a elderly man on his way out.
On his way out. That's right.
Still thinking about when he was 6 years old, 13 years old,
Yeah.
a teenager.
Yeah. That's
But
real.
we do a lot of foul stuff when we're kids.
Yeah. And
Kids today,
grow up and forget
look,
about
kids
it.
back then said, go up, down, bald head. What they do today?
Kick you on a train track.
They invite you to places that you ain't never been to. Yeah, I heard a dude say yesterday, he said, yeah, I don't care about no kids, no strollers. I don't care if they popping off fireworks. I'm going to blow the whole joint down.
Crazy.
Whoever he got beef with, is going to be a cookout because they had a cookout yesterday. So one of them cookouts got shot up because I heard him say it. He's talking to him. He said, "Yeah, I don't like none of them." He said, "Watch, I'm going right to the cookout. First person say something to me, I'm clapping the whole cookout." He said, "I don't care if there's kids there, there's grandmas there." Yeah, the heathen were made for destruction. The heathen are cursed. Y'all gotta understand that. The heathen are cursed with a heavy curse. That everything they do is towards death. Everything they do is for death.
That's right.
They say they love life. They say they live for life, but they do the doings that bring death. Okay? And that's woe to the world. That's the woe.
Yeah.
How they move and how they think. What they delight in and what they don't delight in, that is going to be trouble to the world and them that dwell therein. Thus saith the Lord God, my right hand shall not spare the sinners. Do not be this. Find out what this is. Every time you see what this is and things that bring you to be a sinner, don't do it because you don't want that. Woe is trouble. Woe is destruction. Woe is punishment from God. And that's the world. Woe to the world and them that dwell therein. That's from the Apocrypha, the book of Ezra. Okay?
The world.
This prophet, he was after Jeremiah. He was after Isaiah. He was after Ezekiel. He was like one of the really last prophets. Okay? And he got taken up. He didn't die. He didn't die the death of man. Okay? And God revealed a lot of answers to him that he didn't reveal to the ones before him. He let them know straight up why this is happening. Why the world? Why is the world like this? Why kids die? Why does God tell you in that book why he let it go down? All right? Since you want to know why, read book of Ezra, the Apocrypha. And you see the Apocrypha was translated from the Greeks. That's it. The Greeks did not put their own thing in there.
No.
They were commanded by God.
That's right.
Know how they was commanded? Hey, man, we got the people that we overcome, we're going to write about them.
That's right. So the
In
names,
their pride.
The names in there is Greek. They changed.
So
They
it's a
translated the Greek
Greek
name.
translation. That's why when you see Joshua, it says Jesus. Jesus is the Greek name of the Hebrew name Joshua.
You see Judas.
Okay,
Maccabee.
you see Judas Maccabee.
It's Judah.
It's Judah. You see Simon is really
It's
Simeon.
That's right. Teach him.
This is when they started changing their Hebrew names to Syrio-Greek names.
Teach him.
Okay? I don't even know what Mattathias' grandson, what his Hebrew name was. It never stated it. He changed it to John Hyrcanus. His name was the Maccabees. A Hebrew name Maccabee. He changed it to John. That word John, that name John, been around for a long time.
Right.
It's been around so long, we call you John now. Johnny, come lately. John is everywhere. Okay? John Hyrcanus. By the time we got to the grandkids, Israel was done.
They used that name in the movies.
Yeah. In Terminator.
Right.
It was done. Once that happened, there was no more Israelite. That was the last of Hebrews in Jerusalem. That was the last. Whoever was around, guess what? They was living like the people out there. It was living like them out there. It was all scattered, and whoever was originally an Israelite changed their life over. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
That's the ending of the ancient Israelites.
Tell him.
Not a good ending. And then wherever we went, we became those people for thousands of years until the big slave trade started. They said, okay, just grab up everybody back. They're all the same.
Yep.
They're all the same. They're all African. We became Africans. Who didn't go up into Europe 1,000 years earlier? The 10 tribes, right? We became those people.
That's right.
Chinese people.
That's right.
Ukraine people. Swedish people.
So you're going to scatter us to the four corners?
They never came back.
The four corners.
He kept Judah, Levi, Benjamin, kept right. Okay, y'all acting up to it. Y'all seen what I did to them?
Got to go.
Come. Roman general Titus
Snatch them up.
in 70 AD came, snatched them up. He didn't take them up into Europe. He took them down into Africa. Okay? And spread them out. Spain, Africa, Afghanistan, Iran. Iran is Persia. Iran today is Persia, what you read about in the book. All those areas have been renamed, okay? And our forefathers were scattered all over there, but mainly into Africa. Then, when they were ready to pick up black people as slaves all over the world, they went straight to Africa. So we've been spread out all over the world before the slave trade. From in this book, we were spread out. Okay? An Assyrian king named Ashurbanipal, a.k.a. Pull. He pulled them out the land. He pulled them. That's why they call him. He pulled them out the land. Another one, Tiglath-Pileser. He came a couple. Yo, these guys are some real crazy trade. And they and they said that they were God. Tiglath-Pileser. Okay, he comes down and he grabbed up the 10-tribe nation, and that was it. After that, that was it. Those people never came back. Evil Merodach. His name is Evil. Whatever come after that don't even matter. And that was Jehoiakim's best man. That was his man. That was his friend. He pulled him out the dungeon, and he sat and ate his food. He sat and ate his food. He was a Babylonian. Not a good ending, man.
Okay.
Tell she.
And Pharaoh said unto Joseph, say unto thy brethren, this do ye. Lade your beasts and go. Get you unto the land of Canaan. And take your father and your households, and come unto me, and I will give you the good of the land of Egypt, and ye shall eat the fat of the land. Now thou art commanded, this do ye. Take you wagons out of the land of Egypt, for your little ones and for your wives, and bring your fathers and come. Also regard not your stuff, for the good of all the land of Egypt is yours. And the children of Israel did so. And Joseph gave them wagons according to the commandments of Pharaoh, and gave them provision for the way. To all of them he gave each man changes of garment. But to Benjamin he gave 300 pieces of silver and 5 changes of raiment.
He the youngest, first of all. He the youngest.
He had nothing to do with that.
He had nothing to do with that. He don't have to be in front of me right now. That's my email. Yeah, man. Look, they ain't gonna feel no way either.
No, they not. They know that's. No,
they're not gonna feel no way either. They didn't get. Oh wait, hold on. So how come
he get that?
I get a little bit of rice and he got a mouth? Sound familiar?
That's right. How come he get that now?
Sound familiar? Sound sweet.
It wasn't enough, brother.
And to his father he sent after his manner 10 asses laden with the good things of Egypt, and 10 she-asses laden with corn and bread and meat for his father. By the way,
look, gave him enough. Sent horses, sent wagons, and gave them enough food that they could eat, that will sustain them on the way and on the way back. Now go get them.
So he sent his brethren away, and they departed. And he said unto them, see, so he sent his brethren away, and they departed. And he said unto them, see that ye fall not out of the out by the way.
You know what that mean, right? Don't get caught up. Bandits. You got people who don't buy things. They wait for you to buy it, and when you come by the way, you grab you up, snatch it, and move out. Bandits, thieves, raiders. Raiders are thieves. Raiders are aggressive thieves. Come in numbers. You can't do nothing about it. They come and they take what they take. Stick up men. Jukes masters. All that stuff we can't do.
AKALL, low life.
Low lives. Can't do that. Can't do none of that. God has a thing about us taking things that don't belong to you. He has a thing about that. If you notice, he's reading this law. He don't like that.
I'm trying to get it off for free.
Nah, he don't like none of that. Don't grab somebody and kidnap them and sell them. All that stuff, he don't like that. You trying to capitalize You understand what I'm saying? You can't make money. There's a lot of ways to make money. We can't make money all those ways. That's why we don't have too much money.
Talk about it.
Capitalism.
Fraud. Fraud.
Why you left your ace in the crib? Bro?
Scams. Talk about it's the scamming era.
That's it.
A friend of mine went on vacation 2 days ago. Went to go check her bank account. Bank account gone. $2,000 gone.
Probably paid for some water.
Oh yeah, the crime went down in Connecticut. Somebody in Connecticut got into your.
Bought some water from the.
I mean, wait. You were able to find out it was in Connecticut, but you can't find out who it is.
That's a game.
That's a game too.
He said, be more careful.
No, listen. Right now, it just reminded me. Tonight, I gotta change my Cash App card.
Not for me.
Somebody's trying to get in, and somebody's trying to pay for stuff, and I don't give out my card. I don't give out my information. My card stays here.
The data was breached.
So what's going on? The system is down.
Google did it.
Yeah, man. They give your
Sold
stuff
it
out,
down.
so you gotta watch it. Everybody's a thief.
That's what we doing
Even
now,
no,
too.
man. It goes down, man. That's why he said, "See that you fall not out by the way. Be on point." Okay? When you go to put your card in the machines, make sure ain't no gadgets.
Pull it first. Pull it
Okay.
first.
Make sure no gadgets. Certain machines you don't use. Use only in banks, check cashings, not the regular grocery store.
Yeah, all they get.
The regular grocery store, homie is
He
chilling
got
by
blocks.
the ATM
Blocks is
all
it.
day. What you think he doing? He's trying to catch somebody, put their things in. Or he got it rigged.
Or the box is rigged.
Or the store closed. They all done. You gotta watch
Everybody
it, man.
down.
Just
Charge
don't
your
fall
card
by,
twice.
you will fall by the way. Nobody got to stick you up no more.
Nah.
And it's not a good feeling, man. You going to, it's not a good feeling. I feel, oh, I know I got this. I said, yeah, but I got. Woo. Wait a minute. Do it again. Do it again.
At the
Do it
register
again.
with a carton full of food.
Crazy.
They
It's
bag up
embarrassing.
all the food.
It's embarrassing.
Money gone.
And then they say it loud. They say, nah, this decline. We say it.
Nah,
They
it's
say
dumb.
yesterday. They say it loud. Now everybody know your card is declined.
That's a dumb lie.
Yeah, man, you ain't had to do that, man. Somebody got me, man. That's the world we're living in. That's the world we're living in, so we have to be on point. That's what he's telling him. Be on point. Don't fall. Don't watch it, man. Time sheet.
And they went up out of Egypt and
Uh-huh.
came into the land of Canaan
Uh-huh.
unto Jacob their father,
Yeah.
and told him, saying, Joseph is yet alive, and he is governor over all the land of Egypt. And Jacob's heart fainted, but he believed him not.
No, but ain't no with us, man. Hold on, man. Y'all told me all these years. He said, nah. Why you guys like messing with me, man? Why y'all? That's what Jacob's like, nah. It's hard for me to believe that. Any second in command, running stuff. This nah. It's no way, no way. Time sheet.
And they told him all the words of Joseph, which he had said unto him. And when he saw the wagons which Joseph had sent to carry him,
What
the
happened?
spirit of Jacob, their father, revived.
Revived. He didn't even see his son yet. You know what revived him?
Good news. Good news.
They told him.
It's yet alive.
Wait. I'm gonna tell you right now. He said, take your wagons and go. He said, whoa, where's that? Read, keep reading.
And Israel said, it is enough. Joseph, my son, is yet alive.
Uh-huh.
I will go and see him before I die.
When he told him, he said, go and tell Abba about the glory that I got here in Egypt. That's what they told him. They said, no, he's not only alive, he's running Egypt.
He's running.
That's where we got all this stuff from. Look, Abba, look at the horses. He sent more horses. And when he saw that, he said, oh,
Slick.
y'all came back with wagons? Oh, we moving for real? He got revived. Yo, y'all don't know what news,
Good news.
bad or good, affects you
And
guys.
the news of Eli.
Affects us. Forefathers hear certain news, fall down.
Eli.
Eli.
Look, sometimes you get good news and you might faint. I seen that too. I see people win this.
Win for life.
Damn, I want this.
Win for life.
Boom. Fall out.
Win for life.
Yeah, man. So, and that's why Abigail said, I'm not going to tell him now. Because he's married. See, the time, look, this is going to mess with him. This is going to have him tight. He's not going to like it. So I'm going to wait till tomorrow. Because tonight, what happened tonight after Shabbat? Everybody married, right? Drinking, right? We chilling. You know what? I ain't going to tell you right now. It could wait till tomorrow. Wisdom will tell you these things. Carrying the bearer, the one that bear news sometimes get burnt.
You old evil nigga. Yeah, I'm gonna drop this on you now. See how you feel about that.
Yeah, man. No, you gotta watch it. You gotta watch it because you might just look. The messenger get it too sometimes. He said, look, man, no, you gonna tell him that. I ain't going to tell him that. He's gonna be tight concerning this matter. So he was revived when he saw everything. He said, oh wow, he really is alive. This is really happening. She.
Just ready to spot, son.
And Israel took his journey with all that he had, and came to Beersheba, and offered sacrifices unto the God of his father Isaac. And God spake unto Israel in the vision of the night, and said, Jacob, Jacob. And he said, Here am I. And he said, I am God, the God of thy father. Fear not to go down into Egypt, for I will there make of thee a great nation.
God is great. Well, he came to Beersheba and offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. This is why he served God, because of his father Isaac. The reason why Isaac served God, because his father Abraham. This thing is from father to son, father to son, father to son. That's what keeps it strong.
That's why I serve God.
That's what keeps it strong. That's how we run. That's everything we got is from our father.
Yeah.
And we expect our sons to follow.
That's right.
The same way we follow.
That's right.
Should be no different.
That's right.
You're getting geared from now, and y'all getting geared younger than we were.
That's right.
Term sheet.
I will go down with thee into Egypt, and I will also surely bring thee up again.
So God said,
Joseph
what
shall put
God
his
is
hands
telling
upon
them,
thine eyes.
where I'm at. What verse is that?
Verse 5.
Verse 5. He said, what? Read that again.
I will go down.
Verse 4. You just read verse 4. Read verse 4.
I will go down with thee into Egypt, and I will also surely bring thee up again. And Joseph shall put his hands upon thine eyes.
See that? See Joseph. You're gonna see him. I'm gonna go down there with you. You're gonna see his son. Yo, Jacob could have never been so happy. Talk to you.
And Jacob rose up from Beersheba, and the sons of Israel carried Jacob their father, and their little ones, and their wives, in their wagons, which Pharaoh had sent to carry them. And they took their cattle and their goods, which they had gotten in the land of Canaan, and came into Egypt, Jacob and all his seed with him. His sons and his sons' sons with him, his daughters and his sons' daughters, and all his seed brought he with him into
What verse
Egypt.
you in?
Verse 8 now. And these are the names of the children of Israel which came into Egypt: Jacob and his sons, Reuben, Jacob's firstborn, and the sons of Reuben, Hanok, Palu.
Okay, you can skip that. Skip that, because this is the whole family of Yaakov. This is Yaakov, his sons, and his sons' sons. This is the whole family, right? Okay, go down to verse 18.
They still give the name of 18.
Yeah, go down to 18. Remember, 18 is different than your 18.
These are the sons of Zilpah, whom Laban gave to Leah his daughter. And these she bare unto Jacob, even 16 souls. The sons of Rachel, Jacob's wife, Joseph and Benjamin. And unto Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim.
Now, Joseph had two sons called Manasseh and Ephraim. And this is where we get the half tribe of Manasseh from and the tribe of Ephraim. They were also included with the original tribes because of Joseph, their father. Joseph was the most righteous out of all of the boys. All of Jacob's sons. He was the righteous one. He was the main one. He got a bigger part of the blessings from God and from Jacob before Jacob died.
Yep.
So Manasseh and Ephraim got blessed, and they also became a
Part
tribe.
of the tribe.
Okay, they also became a tribe, and they also been given territory.
Inheritance.
All right.
Inheritance.
Look, God said, "Leave Ephraim alone. He's bent to idols." In other words, you're not going to change his mind. So leave him. And there was another part that said there was a day that Ephraim is going to stand up for righteousness. So that's why he said, "Leave him alone."
Yeah. Leave that alone.
I got him.
I got that. Yeah.
Because of what he did. He's not going to listen to you. And Ephraim will kill you. Ephraim, Benjamin, Levi, Simeon, those 4 tribes, very aggressive tribes. They had anger problems. The tribe of Levi had anger problems. Jacob said, "Cursed be their anger." Simeon and Levi. They had anger problems. That's why we got to watch ourselves when we get upset. Yeah.
Steve.
So he sent his brethren away, and they departed. And unto Joseph in the land of Egypt were born Manasseh and Ephraim, which Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, a priest of On, bare unto him.
Now see, Asenath was the daughter of Potiphar, who was a priest of On. Okay? She did not stay living how she was living. Believe me on that.
That's right.
When she was given to him, she served God, just like her husband Jacob did. I mean, Joseph did. Okay? Don't you?
And the sons of Benjamin were Bela, Becher, Ashbel, Gera, Naaman, Ehi, Rosh, Mupim, and Hupim, and Ard.
Yeah, Rosh means head, the beginning, the origin. Don't you?
These are the sons of Rachel, which were born to Jacob. All the souls were 14.
That's right.
And the sons of Dan, Hushim. And the sons of Naphtali.
Okay, now go down to 26 now. Verse 26.
All the souls that came with Jacob into Egypt, which came out of his loins, besides Jacob's sons' wives, all the souls were 66.
66.
And the sons of Joseph, which were born him in Egypt, were 2 souls. All the souls of the house of Jacob, which came in Egypt, were 70. 70 souls.
Score, 1 score
20.
is 20. 2 scores is 40. 3 scores is 60. Add 10, you got 70.
70 souls.
Tell she.
And he sent Judah before him and Joseph, unto Joseph, to direct his face unto Goshen. And they came into the land of Goshen.
Look at that. Just by nature, who he sent first. Judah. Before any king came out of them. You know what I mean? Look, these are attributes. This is why the tribe was this way, because this one man was this way. Yo, these guys were heavy, man. Jacob was heavy, and he released some heavy sons.
12.
These guys are fathers of millions of each tribe is millions.
Fathers of the world.
Father, man, come on, they named after one man. His name Lewi. We all named after him. The son, one of the sons of Yaakov, is a heavy heritage, man. To be proud of and to be privileged to be in this descendant of family and to know God and serve God. This is a privilege, man. This is something that most of the world not going to get.
1 out of a million.
I thank God I met you, big man.
Royalty, man. We are the royalty, man.
What you talking about, man?
Royalty of God, man.
What you talking about, man?
People who stand before God for
1 out of a
real.
million.
See, we are their descendants, man.
Yeah, what you talking
We
about?
got to be like them.
Yeah,
That's all.
yeah,
We got the blood, right?
yeah,
We ain't got the ways yet.
yeah,
We got to get the ways.
yeah.
Because these people are stand-up people,
What you
man.
talking about?
God accepted them,
What you
man.
talking about?
70. He got 70. Now, if he was only able to have one woman, would he have all these children?
Nope.
No.
Oh, God.
True. True.
So the prophecy of God to come through, that's why this was allowed. Okay? We got to start hanging on to God's ways and God's ordinances and God's doings. Everything outside of that is death for us. What God likes for us, we don't like it. So guess what? We're going to die behind that. What God likes for us gives us life. Now and after you die, it gives you life. Tongue sheet.
And Joseph made ready his chariot and went up to meet Israel his father to Goshen and presented himself unto him. And he fell on his neck and wept on his neck a good while. And Israel said unto Joseph,
Hey, you heard the word that was used? And Joseph made ready his chariot and went up to meet Israel, his father, to Goshen, and presented himself. You gotta present yourself when you come in the house. You can't just come in the house. You gotta present yourself. You gotta make yourself known. Coming in and out, you gotta make yourself known. He said, I gotta go. No. I told him, dude. I said, man, come upstairs and say what's up to your Ema.
That's right.
Oh, no, I'm not see you, but at least come upstairs and say shalom. Or ring the bell, something. There's no more. All that is out the window. So what you passed through here for? Fucking out, man.
Wait for the trade travel.
Tongue sheet.
And Israel said unto Joseph, now let me die.
Now I can die.
Since I have seen thy face,
Look.
thou art yet alive.
Look. I'm good now. I'm good now, man. I can die right now in peace, man. I'm good, man. Because I got to see your face, man. I thought you was dead, man. They told me you was dead. I had the blood on it. Oh, man, you don't know what he went through, man. You know what it is to think that we told somebody is dead, and years later? Y'all don't know, man. Tongue sheet.
And Joseph said unto his brethren, and unto his father's house, I will go up and show Pharaoh and say unto him, my brethren and my father's house, which were in the land of Canaan, are come unto me.
See, now, he said, look. Everybody got to know who my family is. Everybody got to know. Pharaoh, come on. Look, we're taking you. We're going to see Pharaoh right now. And listen to this, tongue sheet.
And the men are shepherds.
We are shepherds. This is our occupation. The jobs that we have as Hebrews back then were shepherds and farmers. Okay? We didn't start out as a warfaring people. So we're not blacksmiths making swords. We're not ironsmiths. Okay? We're agricultural people. We farm and we herd our flocks. We're shepherds. He said, for their trade hath been to feed cattle. You heard that? That's their trade. See, today is a bunch of different trades now. Carpentry, painting, electrician, plumbing, this, that. Like then for us, the Hebrews was being shepherds. Tongue sheet, read that, 32.
And the men are shepherds. For their trade has been to feed cattle. And they have bought their flock and their herds and all that they have.
Look, we didn't leave our flocks behind because that's our trade. Look, how I make money, that's my trade. So what I use to make money, I'm not going to leave that behind. I got to bring that with me. And that's his flocks and their herds. He said they'll bring all their cattle. So we're going to need an area. We're going to need that. The Goshen was perfect for it. Tongue sheet.
And it shall come to pass, when Pharaoh shall call you, shall say, what is your occupation?
Hey, wait a minute. That sounds familiar. Wasn't that in that movie? They said, what is your occupation? And they said, ahoo, right? Look, this is of old. That question is of old. What is your occupation? I'm a shepherd. What is your occupation? I'm a farmer. What is your occupation? I'm the governor of this city. Everybody had an occupation back then. I said everybody had an occupation back then.
That's right.
Everybody got up and worked.
That's right.
Everybody got up and put in work back then.
That's right.
Okay? Back then, you wasn't getting no checks. There's no checks coming. There was such thing as checks. Okay? You go out there in that field and get them shekels. Promise you.
That you shall say, thy servant's trade have been about cattle from our youth, even unto now, both we and also our fathers, that ye may dwell in the land of Goshen. For every shepherd is an abomination to the Egyptians.
See, you see what they see? They say, look, y'all can go in Goshen and and separate from us because you guys are shepherds.
Come on, man.
Right? The Egyptians stick to their rules while we don't stick to our rules.
Mhm.
The Egyptians say
Right.
we can't live or eat with y'all. Okay? Because y'all are shepherds, and it's an abomination for the Egyptians to be and dwell or live or eat around Hebrews. So it's an abomination for me to sit and eat with you too.
That's right.
But we don't eat the same thing anyway.
That's right.
Say it again. Say it again.
We don't eat the same thing anyway.
Say it again.
It's an abomination for me to sit with you, Egyptian, American, whoever you are. That's why we don't go in restaurants.
It's in the Psalms. King David say you don't sit. I
Don't
will not
sit.
sit with the wicked.
And you could be at a lot of places to sit with the wicked.
Exactly.
There's a lot of places you can sit and be with the wicked. Think about it.
Cool.
Think about it. Movie theaters,
That's right.
restaurants,
Cool.
That's right.
resorts. Well, you got to use the subway. You got to use the subway.
gotta travel.
Transportation, we leave that out.
Wisdom is the
You have to go there. But you don't go there. You don't get on the train for entertainment. You're going somewhere.
Right.
You get on the train to go to the restaurant.
Travel.
You get on the train to go to the museum.
Senate.
You get on the train to go to the club.
Senate. Go to the stadium.
You go to the stadium. Don't go. No. We don't belong in no stadium.
That's right.
That's why we watch games home. We can't even go to no stadium. Y'all don't even know the ritual that goes on when a stadium is made. Okay? All right?
One of my favorites. Viva.
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 Oh, Vegas. Hey, watch it in Vegas, because they say what goes on in Vegas stays in Vegas. That means a lot of sin, a lot of iniquity, a lot of things that go on there, not supposed to go on there. So these are the places the world like to visit. My favorite place is the beach. I had to cut that out. I like on the beach, see the woman. That was my thing.
Nothing but
I said,
nakedness.
man, I can't do this. What am I doing here? What am I doing? Cut myself out. Stay far away from it. And this is what we got to do. These customs, a lot of people say, man, they're going overboard. It don't say none of that in the book.
You're supposed to go overboard with God. We're open to men.
All right. If I stay out of restaurants, am I sinning?
No.
Am I transgression?
No.
Okay. So I'd rather be safe than sorry. When I was brought up in Ben Azakim, the word was when in doubt.
Do it out.
When in doubt.
Do it out.
When in doubt.
Do it out.
I'm gonna say it one more time. When in doubt.
Do it out.
When you really don't know and you gotta find out, you can do without it. You don't need to eat it. You don't need that bag of chips. You don't need that candy. You don't need that dish. You don't need that drink.
You don't need to go to the restaurant, man.
You don't need to go to the restaurant.
got a kitchen.
Cook it. Cook it. Cook it from scratch.
Yeah.
It's better that way. They ate their own food. They didn't eat from heathens. See, there's a whole bunch of things we do today on commonly regular that they didn't do.
That's right. That's what make us different.
But you're not gonna see that
That's what
if
make
you
us
still
Indulge.
you breaking the 10 commandments. Any one of those 10 right now. Okay? Our foundation. You still breaking any one of those, you're not gonna get to that height.
different.
You breaking one of those, these certain things not gonna come to you and tell you you don't belong here. You should be celebrating this.
Nah, it don't come to you.
It's not gonna come to you. And when it do come to you, you're gonna reject it. Time sheet.
Them still
Got
the
no
parkway
trust.
on Labor Day.
You got no trust.
Don't go out there on Labor Day about you selling anything. That's what all Israelites do.
Excuse.
Weird.
You know you don't belong out there. Why you ain't sell it?
Oh, yeah.
Why you ain't pick another day? And one the Israelites that do that, they from the Caribbean.
Island month.
We got everybody from the Caribbean.
On a visit back home.
Look, they've been celebrating Labor Day from back then. Back home.
Scraping pine.
Okay? So people still come here to America and try to keep hold of their heritage. See, this is what Chief Shaman say when he tell y'all let it go. Let your past. When he said let your past go,
Your love
these
is
are the
behind.
things that you got to let go in your past.
Your love is behind.
I have not let my past go because I'm still moving like I'm from Trinidad.
There you go.
Okay? I'm still moving like I'm from Panama.
There you go.
I still got the customs of Panama. I still follow. When they have the parade, the Panamanian parade on Franklin Avenue, I go there.
The actual South.
Talk about it, brother.
Okay? Just attending there, you worshiping another God. Time sheet.
Genesis chapter 47. Then Joseph came and told Pharaoh and said, my father and my brethren and their flocks and their herds and all that they have are come out of the land of Canaan. And behold, they are in the land of Goshen. And he took some of his brethren, even 5 men, and presented them unto Pharaoh. And Pharaoh said unto his brethren, what is your occupation? And they said unto Pharaoh, thy servants are shepherds, both we and also our fathers. They said,
Okay,
moreover,
go down to verse 7.
and Joseph brought in Jacob his father, and set him before Pharaoh.
Now
Jacob blessed
Pharaoh is meeting Jacob for the first time. He said, come here, man. Come. I'm going to meet the king, the big dog. When he saw him, what happened? He said, Jacob blessed Pharaoh.
Blessed Pharaoh, yes.
Jacob blessed him.
That's right.
You know, I would make an exception for this guy. He's an adulterer. Listen, the fate of my family is in this man's hands. What are you talking about? God put the fate of my family in this man's hands. I'm not bowing down to him or his title, but I'm going to honor him and give him up for his title. He is the Pharaoh.
I ain't gonna hate the
I'm
president.
not going to hate the president.
He's the president.
I would love for the president to be friends with you. He ain't even got to be friends with me. To be friends with you, Trump, right now. Because Trump deal with his friends good. Trump look out for his friends. Yeah.
Right. And he like rap.
No. Any leader.
Nigga like rap.
What he say? He said, would you like me to speak to the king for you? You know what that means? I'm juiced up. Whatever I look, if I speak to the king for you, you gonna get whatever I spoke to him about. And you know what she said? You know what that righteous woman said? She said, no, I remain here with me and my people. Now, you remember that, right? Everybody involved that we talking about is Israel. The king is an Israelite. The woman is an Israelite. The prophet is an Israelite. The prophet said, do you want me to speak to the king concerning anything? She said, no, I must stay here with my people. You know what that means, right? And you know who the king was, right? Ahab. She said, nah, it's not my people. I'm going to stay here with my ones that do this.
That's right.
Now you got Israel.
That's right.
Then you got Israel that do law.
Okay.
I'm going to say it again.
Okay.
I'm going to say it again so y'all can catch this, man.
Okay.
You got Israel.
Okay.
Then you got Israel that do law.
Okay.
Y'all got that?
Gotta make that
There's a
separation.
difference. Because I read it and I said, wait a minute. But how to say that? These are our own people. But she said, no, I'm staying here with my people. I don't want
Separation.
that king, I don't want to request nothing from him because what? He's wicked. God's condemned those guys. Yeah, y'all guys are Israelites. Y'all come out of Jacob, but God condemned y'all. And I don't want to be with y'all. Y'all are not my people. That was a very big statement she said, man.
Me.
I said, damn, why she said that like that? And I looked it up in the Hebrew, it said the same thing. I said, bro, she said, they're not my, she said, the king's not my people. Well, why? Because you don't serve God. I don't care if you still Israelite. You are not my people if you don't do those commandments. So, we get deep down into it. You are not, shalom, okay, cool, now, cool. But you are not my kind. We are not the same if you don't do these commandments. I don't look at you as the same as me. I will not be able to eat from you.
Oh, hell, it's a fact.
That's right.
No box.
That's the number one right there. No. I ain't eating from you.
No, not at all.
I can't worship with you.
You got to bring the ingredients to my house.
Can't worship.
You got to bring all the ingredients to my house and cook it right in front of me there. That's when you know you are sure of what you eat.
That's right.
When in doubt, do without.
That's right.
I am not the same Israelite that you are. Yeah, we both Israelites. I don't do what you do. And you don't do what I do. It gets to that point now. After we separate from the world, but now we got to separate from ungodly Israelites.
Hey, Chief.
That's why we gotta stay out of vegan restaurants as well.
Oh yeah. Restaurants is a
We don't know
restaurant.
what they put in there.
Restaurant is a restaurant. They're heathens, and we are not vegans. We are not vegans. The reason why we eat a lot of vegan food because we know it don't have flesh in it. It don't have animals in it. But we are not vegan. Vegans is heathens. That we already have our own diet. We eat certain vegan products because of our diet. Our diet requires us to eat clean, and that's the closest to being clean. But we are not vegans.
That's
Right or wrong, we made that clear the other day. We are not vegans. Vegans is for heathens and wicked people. Okay, that's their diet. Now you see how much of a difference we have. Now do y'all see? That's why I said when you read this book, you're not getting it. We only eat that because it's the closest thing to our diet. We have our own diet. We are not vegans. We are not vegetarians. Okay? Tongue sheet.
And Pharaoh said unto Jacob, how old art thou?
He said, yo, Jacob, you looked at Jacob? He said, man, how old are you, man? Tongue sheet.
And Jacob said unto Pharaoh, the days of the years of my pilgrimage are 130 years.
He said, the days of my pilgrimage. He said, the days of my pilgrimage are 130 years.
The days of my pilgrimage.
My travelings. Remember, man, he wasn't home most of the time.
Yeah.
From young,
he
had to go. He had to go. And bro, before he got to Laban, it said he talked among the children of the east. Take you, put you in Denver, Colorado right now. You
Never been there.
ain't even found an apartment yet.
Before mine. Before he
Right now, put you in Denver, Colorado right now. You're amongst the children of America. You the only one of your kind right now. That's what it said. He was amongst the children of the East. You know what the children of the East is? Every state and city that they call the Middle East. All right? All Syria, all of that is the East. Touch you.
Few and evil
Uh-huh.
have the days of the years of my life been.
He said, my days have been short and evil. I haven't had too many good things. But he's been God.
From the jump.
Abraham, Isaac, Jacob, he's been God.
Never sinned.
He ain't never sinned. He honored his parents.
Never sinned. Never.
Okay? But he still had evilness come on him. Yeah.
Tell him.
So
Reign of the righteous as well as the wicked.
we gotta know how to accept it.
That's right. And stop backbiting.
Okay? We gotta know how to accept it. It's not Joe says Joe told his wife, what he told his wife? He said, shall you not receive
He said that the good and the bad or the good.
you gonna get all good?
That's right.
You know, you're gonna be.
And listen, we're not gonna get we're not gonna get no rocky road.
That's right. You ain't gonna have to go through
Look, even friends argue. Even friends have a disagreement. We all gonna have disagreement. You gonna get me mad, I'm gonna get you mad. So what?
Up and down, come to agree.
He said you gotta take all of that. All that come with it, man. This is the
Roll
world.
with the best.
This is the world that our fathers set off that we have to live in. That's right. It's what it is, don't you?
And have not attained unto the days of the years of the life of my fathers in the days of their pregnancy.
He said, man, I ain't even look. My fathers lived longer than me. And what I went through in my pilgrimage ain't even as big as my father's. Okay, Tom Sheep.
And Jacob blessed Pharaoh and went out from before Pharaoh. And Joseph placed his father and his brethren and gave them a possession in the land of Egypt, in the best of the land.
That's why, when old people talk, they say certain things. I shut up and listen. They've been around me longer. They've been around me longer. And they don't want you to go through what they went through. That's what parents also. That's what teachers. That's what anybody who love you. Put it like that. Hey man, look, I did that, man. That's not the way to go.
Jethro was a Midian.
Jethro was a Midian, and he gave Moses
advice.
Father-in-law.
And he listened.
And he listened, and he worked. That's our problem. We don't listen. I come to ask you for advice. You give me the great advice in the world. I still don't listen.
Teach.
Ain't that something? I must be cursed.
Right.
We must be cursed. There's something going on. Tell you.
In the best of the land, in the land of Ramses, as Pharaoh had commanded. And Joseph nourished his father and his brethren and all his father's household with bread according to their families. And there was no bread in all the land, for the famine was very sore, so that the land of Egypt and all the land of Canaan fainted by reason of the famine.
Okay, go down to verse. All of this here is because the famine is getting worse. We're getting ready to go into the third and fourth year now. And as it goes, as it progresses, it gets worse. So it wound up where people sold themselves.
Right.
They sold their land, they sold them, they sold their houses, they sold everything. So really and all, that's how Egypt really ran the world. That's how they really got to be the world power that they was. Because now everybody, the Canaanites, everybody owe me now. I own you guys. So y'all could, when the famine is over and the land is bringing up again, you in debt. When you go back to your land, you owe. This is my tribute every year. And that's how he was giving it up, Tom Sheep.
And Joseph gathered up all the money that was found in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan for the corn which they bought. And Joseph brought the money unto Pharaoh's house. And when the money failed in the land of Egypt and in the land of Canaan, all the Egyptians came unto Joseph and said, Give us bread. Why should we die in thy presence? For the money faileth. And Joseph said, Give your cattle, and I will give you for your cattle.
Go down to verse 28. Genesis 47, verse 28.
And Jacob lived in the land of Egypt 17 years. So the whole age of Jacob was
So that's a long
147
time, man.
years.
He came down there and he was talking about he ready to I could die now. He ain't ready.
Another 20 years.
Look, Isaac said, my day of death is there.
Yeah.
He ain't died yet.
Like another 30.
Like another 20 years.
Yeah. That's a fact.
Word.
Because him and you're right, Jacob.
Remember, he was talking about
got
going
together
now.
to bury him.
Remember, he said, now I could die.
Right.
He said, oh yeah, I could die. See, I'm ready to go now. God said, nah, you got 17 more, man. Give you some relaxation for your pilgrimage, for all the toil, for your turmoil. Yeah, for the turmoil, for the trouble. You know what I'm saying? God is a graceful God. He's a fair God.
Just.
You know what I'm saying? I know I put you through a lot, man. Okay, you pass the test now, you get the good stuff. But you gotta get through the hard stuff. You gotta go through the narrow. You gotta prove yourself.
Gotta go through it.
Time sheet.
And the time drew near that Israel must die. And he called his son Joseph and said unto him, If now I have found grace in thy sight, but I pray thee thy hand under my thigh. And deal kindly and truly.
The only ones I seen do this was Abraham and Jacob.
Abraham, that's right.
You said, put your hand under my thigh.
Right?
Yo, you can never. I put my hand under your thigh and swear to you on something. I can never say I never said that. My hand was right here in the back of your leg, man. That means something. I can't get the full significance, but it has something to do with the hollow of your thigh.
That's right.
It has something to do with that. Some shit.
But I will lie with my fathers, thou shalt carry me out of Egypt.
Whoa. He said he gonna lie with his fathers.
Right.
All right. Now we're gonna get busy. I couldn't wait to get to this part. He's in Egypt. His fathers is buried in the cave of Pilah. Right or wrong?
That's right.
Abraham and Isaac.
They in the cave of my
They're in the cave in Canaan. These guys ain't going back there alive.
That's right.
He's gonna die right there in Egypt.
That's right.
And he said, when I die, you get my bones up out of here. Read.
And bury me in their burying place.
That's right.
And he said, I will do as thou hast said.
He said, I will lie with my fathers. Meaning, you are going to take me back.
That's right.
I'm not, my bones ain't going to be here. Take me back over there because we got a spot for our fathers. We got a spot with our father.
That's right.
I don't want to be buried nowhere else.
Put me in Jersey.
Bury me with my pops.
In Jersey.
Bury me next to my brothers. Bury me next to my fathers.
Right.
And it's the same thing here. He said, yo, me? He said, yo, don't bury me here, son. Get my bones out of here and take me back where my fathers is at and bury me there. Jump shoot.
And he said, swear unto me. And he swore unto him. And Israel bowed himself upon the bed's head. And it came to pass after these things that one told Joseph, Behold, thy father is sick.
Now. We just read that he was about to die, right? But he wasn't there yet. Getting close. A couple of time passed, and what happened now? He said, "Yo, man, your father's sick." Meaning it's going down now. Now it's going down, right? He said, "Behold, my father is sick," and he took with him his 2 sons. See how he's thinking? I'm not gonna go see my pops on his deathbed. Come here, son. Come here, son. Took his 2 sons with him. Because this is legacy. It's legacy you talk about now. What you did. I want you to see the seed that came from you through me. And bless him or bless her. Yeah, that's what he's doing. Some shit.
And one
So
told,
that to the power, to the father got power.
Oh, yeah.
He got the power. The mother got the power to bless or curse. They don't need to put their hands on it.
Nope.
Ooh, boy.
By their mouth.
Ooh, boy. You might as well leave them alone.
It's a fact.
You might as well leave them alone, be on the good side.
That's a fact.
Look. Even for the heathens,
That's a
that
fact.
counts.
It happens with them too. That's right.
I've seen it.
That's right.
That's the thing. And look, man, you don't want your kid turning on you.
That's right.
How we do things and don't want things done to us?
You know what I'm saying?
What kind of fairness we talk about?
You know what I'm saying?
We like to do things to people, but we don't like it done to us.
Right. Right.
Why?
Right.
How evil are you? You just complained about it, now you doing it.
That's right. Women raise their sons to be a certain way, and then go after the man that they raised their son not to be.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, retards.
Yeah.
When I was married, I asked my wife at the time, I said, "So you got a problem with me getting another wife?" I said, "So our son, he can only have one wife too?" She couldn't answer me. Stop being selfish. Tough shit.
and one told Jacob and said, "Behold, thy son Joseph."
Yeah, I get it. Yeah. I ask questions like that because I've been through it all. And I've been around my father and I've seen it all. Yeah, so when people come to me with certain things, I give them questions that they can't answer. Make you think about yourself. How selfish you're being.
Very, very, very.
Tough
He
shit.
just looked at him and said,
Behold, thy son Joseph coming up to thee. And Israel straightened himself and sat upon the
You know what
bed.
I mean? He had to look. He ain't that much. He ain't had that much. Sit up. He had to help a man sit up in his bed. He on his way out, man. He said he strengthened himself. He sat up upon the bed because he seen Joseph come. Boom, boom, boom. He said, "Yeah." He brought him in. He said, "Jacob said unto Joseph, God Almighty appeared unto me at Luz." You hear what Jacob said? He called back. He said, "God Almighty appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me and said unto me, Behold, I will make thee fruitful and multiply thee and will make of thee a multitude of people." And yeah, he did that. He did that. He went in there, 70 souls. He said, "And we'll give this land to thy seed after thee for an everlasting possession." He said, "And now thy 2 sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born to thee in the land of Egypt, before I come unto thee into Egypt, are mine." You hear that?
That's right.
That's why they were given, that's why they were counted as a tribe.
When you say that's his grandson.
Look, one time I yelled at my son. My mother and father got on me. He said, "Hey!" He said, hey. Like 2 A's at the same time. Hey, leave him alone. I said, "Yeah, leave him alone." I said, "Okay." I said, "Okay, I can't yell at them around grandma."
That's right. That's right.
They get away.
They did.
Look, and they know it too. They know they can go over my head. They know it, but that's good.
Well,
I was able to go to my grandmother.
That's a fact.
We was able to go to our grandmother.
Fact.
Why they can't do it?
Fact.
See, we want to do what don't want others to do.
That's right.
We really got it bad.
That's right.
Let the kids go to grandma. Let the grandma go give them what we ain't gonna give them. See, they get a special energy we don't get. As you get older, children give you more life. Okay? I can say that now, the age that I'm in. Children keep you laughing.
That's right.
They keep you laughing. They ask you questions to make you say, "Wow." And you really got a hard time answering it. This thing is life-giving. This is why the grandparents say, give me the kids, give me the kids, give me the kids.
Grown,
Give me. I don't want y'all. I don't want y'all. Grown, give me the little ones. Grandma, you got candy? Yes, baby. Come. I got candy. You got yum yum? I got yum yum. You got cheese? I got cheese. She made me go to the store for y'all little ones. Not for y'all. Whatever y'all liked. He said, here, get this during the week. He said, get this for my man, yum yum. He said, get this for him. He come, he said, why you got yum yum? He said, all right, I got your yum yum now. He said, get this for my man. And that's how it be. That's why Jacob said, yo, those two that was born to you, he said, they are mine, like they came directly out of me. They ain't even come out of you. I'm taking them from you. They're like your brothers now. Okay? That's what Laban said. He said, yo, because all of these, they're mine.
This after God spoke to him. He's like, all right, I'm just going to go say this little
They're
part.
mine.
This is my
He still
show.
had to let it be known. He said, they're mine. And that stood. That stands. So, but we don't use the word grand. We getting preparing ourselves to stop using certain words also. Because the word grand, father, grand, mother, comes from paganism.
Talk
It
about
comes from ancient forms of Christianity, right? You would get the godmother and the godchild, the godmother and godfather. This is where the idea of the grand. See, they didn't say grandmother. They said my mother's mother.
That's right.
They didn't say grandfather. They said my father's father.
That's right.
We got to start getting
follow the ancient
into the groove of even using the same form of language and words that they use.
Seek the ancient path.
Okay. Touch you.
And Jacob said unto Joseph, God Almighty appeared unto me at Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me.
Yeah.
And said unto me, behold, I will make thee fruitful and multiply thee, and I will make of thee a multitude of people, and will give this land to thy seed after thee, for an everlasting possession. And now thy two sons, Ephraim and Manasseh, which were born unto thee in the land of Egypt, before I came unto thee in Egypt, are mine. And Reuben and Simeon, they shall be mine. And thy issue, which thou begettest after them, shall be thine, and shall be called after the name of their brethren and their heritage.
He said, and your issue, meaning who come from you, your children, which thou begottest after them, they're yours. If you have any more other children, they're yours. These two are mine. Touch you. That's for me.
And that's for me, when I came from Padan, Raquel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way.
Yeah, Raquel, look, that's the one. Of course that was gonna be his main girl, man. That's who he was working for. He got bamboozled and tricked and got Leah. He loved her too. Yeah, he loved her too. But he wouldn't have had no kids with her. Okay? But he stuck around for Raquel. That's the main one. And look, he had the least amount of kids with her. He only had two. He had a lot with the other ones. Ain't that something? He said, Raquel died by me in the land of Canaan in the way. She died, and he buried her on the tree, on the oak. He said,
Ramah, right?
Yet, Ramah. That's why I say later on, it said Raquel in Ramah. She's dead. Why? She dead. Why is she crying? And her spirit was in Ramah, looking at Jerusalem, crying because of the state of her children. It said Raquel in Ramah weeping. So keep thinking after you die, that's it. Your spirit goes somewhere.
All right.
That's all I'm going to tell you, all right? Depending on your behavior with God now. Tongue sheet.
When yet there was but a little way to come unto Ephraim, and I buried her there in the way of Ephraim. The same as Bethlehem. And Israel beheld Joseph's sons and said, who are these? And Joseph said unto his father, they are my sons, whom God had given me in this place. And he said, bring them, I pray thee, unto me, and I will bless them. Now the eyes of Israel were dim for age, so that he could not see. And he brought them near unto him, and he kissed them and embraced them. And Israel said unto Joseph, I had I had not thought to see thy face, and lo, God has shown me also thy
He
seed.
said, man, I thought I was never going to see your face again. I get to see your son.
Son,
Come here, man.
extra,
Come here.
it's extra.
Bless him.
Right.
Tom shit.
And Joseph brought them out from between his knees. And he
So you
brought-
know what? They were little dudes. They ain't gonna have no guy my age in his knee. All right? Little guys like that. Like him and Todd, little dudes. They were even younger than him and him. They were little. Because he said, who are these little ones? Who are these little dudes? And he said, Joseph brought them out from between his knees. Okay? That's what you come here. You're putting sit on your knee. Play the game with it. You know, that's they're knee highs.
Little ones.
Those are little ones, right? They got blessed from that age. He bowed himself with his face to the earth. And Joseph took them both. You know what, Joseph went like this, pushed his son towards his father, and then he got down and he prostrated.
That's crazy.
He knew what his father was about to do. And he respected, all right, what my pop's about to do, I gotta respect this, honor this, bow before this, because he's about to bless my sons in the name of God. Wow. Tongue shoot.
And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand towards Israel's left hand.
And yo, I saw that with you. I saw that with all you little ones in here. My father, when y'all was born, and my brother and my sister brought y'all to him, he blessed you. Y'all are blessed to serve God. Y'all have the open opportunity to serve God. Don't let nobody tell you nothing different. You come from a line of law doers. Okay? This family, we serve God.
That's right.
Tongue sheet.
And
That's what Joshua said. He said, as for me and my family, we're going to serve God. Okay? Okay?
As for me and mine,
We're going to serve God.
you serve God.
Tongue sheet.
And Joseph took them both, Ephraim in his right hand towards Israel's left hand, and Manasseh in his left hand towards Ephraim's right hand.
Jacob is like this,
Brought them
right?
down to him.
He said, Ephraim in his right hand towards Israel's left hand. So he brought Ephraim here, and he brought Manasseh here. To Manasseh, he wanted him to bless him with the right hand, right? Right hand, because he was the oldest. But watch what happens. Tell you.
And Israel stretched out his right hand and laid it upon Ephraim's head.
No. Boom. He crisscrossed. He was blind. He was blind. He knew all he knew that these guys were little. He couldn't see detail. How he knew? See, when you close to God, like that, man, you in tune, you could read somebody.
And then he knows his father.
You hear me?
His son gonna lead the older one.
And he knows that he's gonna lead the older one to the right. That's the way. That's the way it's going. That's the custom.
That's the custom.
Okay. When my father put his hand on my hand, he never used his left hand. Did he ever use his left hand with you? Did he ever use his left hand with you? Did he ever use his left hand with you? Okay. It was always his right hand. So it was he said, my what?
Right hand. So not spit it.
He never speak about his left hand. When he pronounced stuff, when he had what's his name? Balaam. When God caused Balaam to prophesy, he raised his right hand. Oh yeah, Moab, Greece, these guys. Yeah, something about that right hand.
Solomon went to go take his brother.
What do you put up?
His
right side.
By his right hand.
Okay. But my man Benjamin was different. He was left-handed.
Lefty.
And all of them came out lefties, and they was different.
Southpaw.
Yeah, they was different. Southpaws, they was different. They could throw that slingshot and hit you within the hair's breadth, 100 yards away. They would catch this, and they would take the hair off you. They were 100 yards away.
They were shooters.
They were shooters.
They shoot you in
what
the
they call them? What they call them today? Ooters. They was ooters.
Ehud was left over.
Lefties. It's hard to fight a person. It's easy to fight a person that's right-handed like you. It's hard to fight a person that's left-handed. Yeah. They were shooters too. David was a shooter. I think he ain't stick him. He went, got some smooth stones, said, I'm gonna shoot this dude. I'm gonna put one right between his head.
I'll shoot you.
That's what the slingshots later became guns.
They became guns.
Yeah.
They
Ain't nothing doing the sun.
They created the gun.
All for the slingshot.
Inside the gun.
Yeah, they said, no, we're going to find a way where we ain't got to do this no more. We ain't got to put it, projection, put powder in it. When the combustion, it's going to spring out over time. Yeah. We're going to shoot you. Weapons of war. Tongue sheath.
And Israel stretched out his right hand and laid it upon Ephraim's head, who was the younger,
Right.
and his left hand upon Manasseh's head, guiding his hands wittingly. For Manasseh was the first.
He knew exactly what he was doing. He said, for Manasseh was the firstborn. He said, and he blessed Joseph and said, God, before whom my fathers Abraham and Isaac did walk, the God which fed me all my life long unto this day, the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads. He asked God and that angel, bless the lads. He said, and let my name be named on them. It's the umbrella.
That's why he said.
That's the umbrella. They covered with the juice of Jacob. Leave him alone. I know, but Ephraim, leave him alone. And that's why King Manasseh said, you know what? I'm ready to get out of here and stop playing around with God. That's why. Some guys you leave alone. But leave him alone. If you don't know the origin and the background of this guy, leave him alone.
He's bent on idols.
He's bent on idols.
Leave him alone.
Leave him alone. God said that. God didn't say, yo, man, go there and stop him, man.
No, he said,
leave him. I got him there to do that. He said, because there's going to be a time when he gonna straighten out. He going to come to me, and he going to straighten out.
Yeah.
But he got to do this now, because I said he was going to do it already. Right? He said, the angel which redeemed me from all evil, bless the lads, and let my name be named on them, in the name of my fathers, Abraham and Isaac, and let them grow into a multitude in the midst of the earth. This is how we swelled. We swelled in Egypt. He said, yo, man, there's too many dudes. They having too many men. Nobody has miscarriages. We was the only ones. Not even our animals was having miscarriages. We was the only ones in the record of history that was not having no miscarriages. You didn't hear about that. It said if another man striving, and then guess what? They hit the baby. That ain't a miscarriage. You come in. You the one who come in. He gotta go now. He gotta go now. You gotta get out of here. And she was with child. That's why women, when they were child, you gotta do now, man. Don't she let her go inside. She shouldn't be around a lot of violence. Shouldn't be around a lot of that stuff. It has an effect on the child. It will have an effect on her health.
Shouldn't be in the strip club.
What? Pregnant? Damn.
Yeah,
It's like that now?
I'm waiting on rent.
You know, as soon as they come out, straight out the womb to the pole, huh? Tell she, man. You messed my head up with that one.
And when Joseph saw that his father laid his right hand upon the head of Ephraim, it displeased him. And he held up his father's hand to remove it from Ephraim's head unto Manasseh's head. And
So he went to stop his father, and he grabbed his head, because he see he's blessing him.
He think
about, I can't see, you got the wrong one.
That's
But he didn't bust it. He didn't peep that how he presented it to his father. His father went like this.
He did that.
Why he did that? He knew it.
He knew it.
But in his head, he's like, damn, I can't see.
I can't see him.
So he's like, no, this one is the younger, this one is the older. Type shit.
And Joseph said unto his father, not so, my father, but this is the firstborn. Put thy right hand upon his head. And his father refused and said, I know it.
He said, I know it.
My son, I know it. He also shall become a people. And he also shall be great.
He said,
but truly his children.
He said, I know, son. I know who's the older. He said, but let me tell you. He said, now, look. For the first time, somebody gonna tell you the future. See, now I'm Big Daddy. You come from me. Now I'm gonna tell you the future of these two. Ain't that something?
Yeah, right.
Ain't that something?
Yeah, right.
He was able to look at his, what we call grandsons, that he met for the first time. He met them for the first time. He couldn't see them. But he was able to see the destiny of their life.
Destiny.
Ain't that something? That's how close our forefathers was, man. God showed them.
God showed it.
God showed him. He said, I know it's my son. I know it. I know it. He also shall become a people. Ephraim. He said, and he also shall be great. But he's talking about Manasseh. He said, but truly his younger brother, Ephraim,
He's the one.
shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. You're like, nah, he's gonna be great too. This younger one gonna be. And this, sometimes the youngest trump everybody. It's not all the time the oldest or the olders. Sometimes it be the youngest ones that come out to trumps everybody. Okay? Time sheet.
And he also shall become a people, and he also shall be great. But truly his younger brother shall be greater than he, and his seed shall become a multitude of nations. And he blessed them that day, saying, indeed shall Israel bless, saying, God make thee as Ephraim and as Manasseh. And he set Ephraim before Manasseh. And Israel said unto Joseph, behold, I died, but God shall be with you, and bring you again into the land of your
He
fathers.
said, I'm dead. I'm about to leave here. You still gonna move on. He said, and God is gonna be with you.
Been told, man.
God is going to be with you.
Yeah,
All right, this is a fact. He said that when you go back to the land, verse 22.
Moreover, I have given to thee one portion above thy brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorites with my sword and with my bow.
You hear that? He said, I got an extra portion for you that your brothers ain't getting. This is for you. He said, something that I took from the Amorites with my sword and with my bow.
Yeah.
See, a lot of things,
His name
a lot of details, we didn't get it.
We didn't get that. So that means he don't put work
We don't put work in.
He don't been in the
They fought
battlefield.
Canaanites. They was fighting them Canaanites. Listen, man. Listen, man.
Stop playing.
Listen, man.
Listen,
We're gonna fight. We're gonna get into it with the heathen. We're gonna get into it with the Canaanites. That's gonna happen, and God is gonna be with us, just like that. They got into it, and God was with them. So what we gotta do is see my hands. Keep it what?
Clean hands.
Clean hands and a pure heart. Clean hands and a pure heart from sin, and watch God work.
Watch him. Let him cook.
Frustrate the designs. He said, my ears shall hear the desire of them that rise up against me. I'm gonna be in the street and I'm gonna hear what this dude is planning to do.
Give you the red light to set
Somebody
him
gonna say, yo, come here, yo, Red, come here.
Facts.
Something I heard. You know what I'm saying? Oh, what? Okay. Let me take this back home. Okay. We're not supposed to know it, but we know it. That's how you know God is with you.
That's right.
He said, hey, man, they got a prophet in Israel, man.
How?
And he tells the king of Israel everything you say to your wife in her bedchamber. And look, it still go down. We ain't even got a prophet. I'm just saying. All we gotta do is keep our hands clean. God will do amazing things now.
How Tuka put
Saint God now.
How Tuka put 100 to flight.
Okay.
How Tuka put 1,000
How that happen?
That's right.
How 1,000 people run 2 people?
The Lord
Except
the Lord.
God is the one that do that.
Talking about.
On a normal, 1,000 people ain't running from 2 people.
Shemo.
I don't care who they are.
Talking about.
God is in the matter now. Oh, God been in the matter. If you didn't know, he's in all matters. Nothing gets past God unless he allow it. Give it up to him, man.
It's a fact.
God, this is hard. He said, moreover, I have given thee one portion above thy brethren, which I took out of the hand of the Amorite with my sword and with my bow. He said, and Jacob called unto his sons and said, gather yourselves together, that I may tell you that which shall befall you in the last days. You know what he said? Come on, I'm about to die. I'm going to run from the oldest to youngest. I'm going to tell y'all what's going to happen in your life. Okay? And hear, ye sons of Jacob, and hearken unto Israel your father. Verse 1, Reuben, thou art my firstborn, my might, and the beginning of my strength. You know why he calls him that? He said, because see, our forefathers, when they got married, they were virgins. So Jacob was a virgin. when he got married.
The man and the woman was both.
So the first one to come out was Reuben, and that boy was strong. See, if a man waits until he's married, that first child he has is going to be his real. It's going to be strong in spirit, strong in physical, strong in everything.
His strength.
Okay, an example of his strength.
Right.
All right. That's why he said, "My might and the beginning of my strength, and the beginning and the excellency of dignity and the excellency of power." But verse 4.
The excellency of dignity and the excellency of power. Unstable as water.
You're not stable. You know what stable mean? You go back and forth too much. Reuben, you go back and forth too much, Reuben. He said, because thou wentest up. This is what made you
one thing.
You did this one thing, and now it got you stable, right? And your children gonna come out like this. He said, because thou wentest up to thy father's bed, then defilest thou it. He went up to my couch. He was the one that slept with his fathers. I always get it mixed up. It's one of those two. Bilhah, right? It said Jacob heard of it. He never said nothing about it. That ought not to be done. You can't run down on none of your father's women. He would say, look, but I didn't hear that. He said he to say that it's his girlfriend. He got along too.
That's right.
Whatever title, don't matter. She's linking with him. Leave it alone.
That's right.
We don't do that. We don't do swinging. We're not swingers. We don't do that. We don't share our wives. I don't have 3 wives and I sleep with all 3 of them in the bed. We don't do none of that. Okay? We are not like the Greeks, man. I don't sleep with my horse.
That's right.
All right? I don't convert horses, dogs, and women, and men, and boys, girls, and myself, and statues, and trees. People are crazy. Don't you?
Simeon, Levi, brethren.
These guys are brethren. You know what I mean? Like I said earlier, you go out of a whole bunch of brothers, you got 2 that like this. That was Simeon and Levi. He said, Simeon and Levi are brethren. You know why he said that? They're all brethren. Right or wrong? They're all brethren. But these 2, they think alike. These 2, wherever you see Simeon, you're going to see Levi. Wherever you see Levi, you're going to see Simeon. He said, instruments of cruelty are in their habitations. You know what that means? They got more weapons than they do farming shears. They got more swords than they got rakes. These guys like weapons of cruelty. They can't wait to use this on somebody. They got iron rods with hooks on the end of it. Yeah, I like that. These guys are the only 2 that are like that. Tanshi, verse 6.
Oh, my soul, come not down, he said, secret.
He said, oh, my soul, please don't embark on their secret. You know what that means? When these 2 got a secret, look. You don't even want to know it. It's deadly.
Don't push.
He said, oh, it's deadly. When these 2, you see these 2 like this, something about to go down. All right? He said, come not down into their secret unto their assembly. Mine honor. Be not thou united. He said, I don't want y'all 2 to be too united. Y'all two disrupt. Y'all 2 disrupt. Out of all my sons, y'all 2 by yourself, okay. But y'all 2 together, no. That, I hope you got what was brought. What is to be brought for the rest of the week, the rest of the day. We will continue this until next week. Any questions? I think y'all talk about forefathers. Shalom Aleichem.
Shalom.
And enjoy the rest of this Shabbat day. I'm going to give you guys like 25 more seconds because sometimes people do be having questions. People type slow, people type fast. Anything there?
No.
Right. Okay. Boy, you get thirsty out here for real.